Welcome back to the 2024 World Series of Poker main event. Day 1B continues with our night coverage here. Welcome back inside the Horseshoe. All these wonderful players put up $10,000 to play in the greatest poker tournament in the world of the year. Man, I am so stoked. We got 4 more hours of coverage here tonight. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters joining me here in the booth, and we have a special guest on the way. Mr. Faraz Jaka is joining us in a few minutes, so that should be a fun time. We've got some expert analysis coming for you, as we will, of course, we'll see plenty of crazy hands again. We swapped out our tables, and we have Koray Aldemir, the 2021 main event champion, joining us on the outer table. There he is in the Phil Galfond seat from yesterday. Koray Aldemir looking to have a better day 1 than back in 2021 when he only bagged 30,000 chips, but managed to go on quite the run. Quite the run indeed to close this thing out and to ultimately take it down and become the champion. Here we are with our new main feature table, a legend of the game, World Series Poker bracelet winner and the man who made poker big in Brazil, Akkari, joining us on the stream. Akkari, known for his aggressive style. Let's see if he can produce some exciting moments here. Alex Lynskey joining us as well. Donnie, he is also no stranger to the big stage.
Yeah, Alex Lynskey, deep run, 2018, 7th place for him. Alex out of Australia has put up some very impressive results over the years.
This table, yeah, I was going to say, this table might be a table full of battles as we roll right into a massive hand here. Kowak with aces in the ace of clubs, Akkari with 10s and the 10 of clubs, and Vali with king queen, giving him a top pair with a king picker.
Yeah, this was raised by Vali, 3-bet by Kowalt, call from Akkari, call from Vali, and then check over to Kowalt, who bets 3.5. Akkari calls. Vali now puts in a raise to 10. I mean, this pot all of a sudden is quite large.
It's almost good news for Akkari that Vali decided to raise. He might now find a way to get away from this before making what could be a disastrous flush. Call has been made at least in one spot as Kowalk comes along. Akkari now with a real decision to make. Donnie, he has to spend 7,000 for a pot that will be 40K on the turn if he continues.
Yeah, then you also have to think ahead, you know, what are my opponents going to do betting-wise going forward? How much pressure am I going to be facing? Am I ultimately going to be able to, you know, take this one down? Can I even get to a showdown? If I hit a club, is it even good? All that sort of stuff. So Akkari smartly gets out of the ray.
Oh! The offsuit 10 on the turn. Akkari would have hit his set.
He would have just drilled it.
Wow! Well, hindsight 2020, Akkari no longer in the hand. Vali now up against the aces of Kowak. And Vali decides to check action over to Kowak with aces. He is in the dream scenario, the overpair with the flush draw. $34.5 in the middle. Kowak taking his time here. Players have just returned from dinner break. Happy 4th of July, by the way, to everyone tuning in. I see lots of fireworks in the chat. Please spam all your fireworks in the chat. Gives Donnie and I a sense that we're also part of the festivities, despite the fact that we are on the Las Vegas Strip. Have not been able to see any of it. Vali.
Come on, guys. I full dance. What the hell?
Maybe a savior.
You guys really went crazy just because Michael didn't come back from dinner. Pretty good first team.
Yeah, not bad here to start with.
Wow.
I think it was rigged.
Akkari voicing that he didn't need full
Everybody just
tens.
got on the lights.
I had a
Maybe
10 of clubs.
T levels got raised a little, and everybody wanted.
By the way, welcome back everyone to the
No,
show.
wait a minute. Oh.
Let us know if you
We'll
were
have another dinner.
with us earlier as well.
Yeah, you missed it. There was a bit of action.
Oh, was there?
It wouldn't. You didn't want to be. You didn't want to be in the
well,
air.
maybe you did.
Well, true.
Am I here? I'm
Yeah, King Jack of clubs.
What are we at? 3, is it? 2, 3. 3, 5.
Look at this, Spear joining us a little late back from dinner as Kowalk. Oh wait, sorry, correction. Those are still his old cards.
Yeah,
Little-
little graphics.
Little
Hiccup
graphics
here.
hitch here. Yeah, so he does not have aces right now. Those are his old cards. The system is stuck in the past here.
Do you want to know my action? I was in
But he
such a
does have a
hurry coming
playable hand.
back that I went into the ladies. As this lady, and she's doing her eyebrows,
How'd she feel about that?
and she starts laughing. I said, "Are you in the wrong one, or is it me?" I mean, it was a rhetorical question. I knew the answer. I got out of there pretty quickly.
Spear walking into the wrong restroom, huh?
You throw him in there. It's a big table.
Oh, I guess this is Spear.
Oh,
That's
right.
Dwyer.
Need
Sorry,
full
yes.
Yep.
set of
Dwyer.
tens.
My fault.
You're joking me. That's not like
Yes,
you. no.
Spear did
That's
not go
like
into the
you,
wrong
Andre.
restroom. Dwyer did.
Dwyer
It
did.
was a setup. It was
Spear's
a set
off the
tens
hook.
on the come.
All right,
Yeah.
6-6
They
queen
set up.
on the
Tell you
flop
what,
here.
the,
Ignore those aces. Our system is
He hadn't-
stuck
he
on
hadn't
the
seen
previous
set of
hand.
tens yet.
Yeah.
Volley and
yeah.
Spear do have
He's normally on the other side of that kind of pressure.
Queen
isn't
7 and King 10 by the looks of it. Volley, by the way, also from Brazil, so we have 2 Brazilians on the table right now.
he? Slow service.
We're going to advance the action to the turn here after a bet of 1100 and 2 calls. It's kind of fun, Don. It's kind of like the mystery hand here as we're trying to uncover what Kowalk has.
Very good. Went to the Japanese restaurant.
Oh. Brazilian, no?
I'm going to say he's got a
No?
A queen?
Queen.
A queen,
Eh,
yeah.
I'm going to say he's got 2 spades.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll remove the queen because
Yeah.
Spear's got a queen.
Let us know in the chat what you think Kowalk has, because we've been told that he does not have aces. Those are the cards from his previous hand. So it gives us a little bit of opportunity to analyze and predict here. All the chat pros usually know exactly what to do, so here's an opportunity for you.
If he bets here, I'm leaning that he has a 6.
Wow.
So something like a 7-6, 5-6.
He did call the under the gun raise.
Yeah.
Spear came along
6, I guess.
from the big blind. And Valley lets go of his King 10. Now Spear and Kowalk going heads up to the river. Brings the 8 of clubs. Spear checks. Goes check, check.
Well, he doesn't have a 6.
Oh, Queen 7 tabled, and his hands will end up in the muck, so
This table got serious. You guys should have gone and had beers with me on dinner break.
These guys get under the lights, man.
Do you have a Stein?
The speed of play slows down so
I
much
had a
when
Steiner.
moved to
Reistein,
fixed
Zweistein, Einstein?
all right, so swinging on over to our outer table. Koray Aldemir involved in a hand. He's got ace-4, top pair, and a flush draw against Lagerveld with King Jack.
Check out.
Action goes check, check. River is the 6 of spades. Aldemir with the best of it here. Small pot here, Donnie.
Yeah, Aldemir was the original pre-flop aggressor here, called by Lagerveld, and also Gutierrez called. It was Lagerveld that was betting the flop, Aldemir coming along, check, check on the turn, bringing us here to the river.
The bet is 6,700.
Comes with a pot-sized bet on the river. Lagerfeld has had a great start to the day, up to 147K already, more than double the starting stack.
Yeah, Aldemir putting a lot of pressure on hands like Lagerfeld has here. All the jacks in his range, the king jack of course, queen jack, jack 10, all those. Lagerfeld correctly gets out of the way. Well done by him, good discipline.
Yeah, and Aldemir cruising along, steady so far, 83K. No stress, like a couple of years ago when he ended up winning the main event. Jared Bleznick has been moved back to his original spot in the room. Hopefully we'll check in with him later tonight. I'm sure that if he hits a big card, he'll be the first to let us know about it. Balazs with a massive hand here, ace queen of spades.
Raise to 2200.
Balazs looking like he's short on chips, so hasn't been his day so far.
Last night, the chip leader bagged up, was it 280?
311.
311, wow.
Yep, 311. I think there was one player over 300.
Wow. 311,000 for the chip lead late last night. As Balazs wins a small one here with ace queen suited. All right, it is time to check in with Jeff Platt for the very first time after dinner. Jeff Platt, we sent him on a quest to find one of our favorites worldwide, Yokosawa Masato, of course known from previous big runs. Jeff, what do you got for us?
All right, back out here in the ballroom, let us check in with the pride of Japan, superstar vlogger Masato Yokosawa. Stand up for me for a quick sec. Always great to see you. You finished 45th in this event last year. What kind of lessons do you take from that to this year's tournament?
Okay, so actually I was a little nervous last year, like especially like after day 5, day 6. But like after I played, after I deep round once, like it's nothing for me right now. So I think I'm better than last year.
I'd love to hear that. I'm going to send you back to the action, but first, any words for our viewers in Japan? We have a whole new commentary team in Japan this year. In Japanese is totally fine. You're speaking to them in that camera.
Okay, got it. So 日本の皆さん、WSOP の配信を日本語でこうやって見て、くださっている方がいるということで、僕もすごい、光栄に嬉しく思います。WSOP メインイベント、これからも配信楽しんでください。
Appreciate the time. We'll send you back to the action. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Could not have said it better myself. Shout out to our viewers in Japan. They are not hearing my voice, but they did hear the voice of Masato. Donnie, the WSOP Main Event.
Could not have said it at all myself.
No, I have no idea what he said, but I know that we have a Japanese commentary team, we have a Spanish team, we have a Brazilian team as well.
Masato's massive.
Oh, he's huge. He's got
massive vlogger.
I think he's got 800,000 YouTube subscribers. He's bigger than our channel.
Yeah, does insane numbers.
But Donnie, the international appeal of the main event is really cool to see. It's pretty amazing how different this event is compared to the rest.
No, it really is. I mean, you see people from all different countries. They come out here for this event. This is the bucket list item. This is the tournament that everyone around the world wants to come and take their shot in. You see it every single year, people from everywhere, and it really is truly incredible. We have a four-way flop here. We don't know Gutierrez's hand just yet.
Check. Check around.
Action does check around, 9 on the turn, second heart.
Check. Check. 1700. Do you mind to put your cards in the box for me, please, for a second?
Shushan comes with a bet here after action is checked to him. He still does have Gutierrez behind him. Let's see if we can find out what Gutierrez has.
Well, I want to know now, Donnie.
Yeah, he has enough to call, that's for sure. Could have hearts. Of the other 3 hands, there's no hearts present, so it seems like the likelihood that he could be holding a couple of hearts is fairly high. Could also have, you know, turn to pair, some sort of straight draw as well.
Heads up.
Ja, willkommen in Vegas. Ja, Karte, ne?
River is the 6 of hearts. Now, we might be able to find out whether Gutierrez does indeed have 2 hearts.
Check, check.
Ace high.
Ace high good?
Okay.
Ace high good. Guess he had Jack 10?
Danke.
Donnie, I'm not sure if we're allowed to spoil because we do have some inside information, but Nakaiya is asking in the chat, any word on Helmuth's entrance?
Well, I mean, he tweeted about it.
Has he tweeted about it yet?
So it's fair game as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's fair game. I thought.
Let me see exactly what he said on Twitter, just so I don't butcher this. So 2 hours ago, Phil Hellmuth at Phil_Hellmuth on Twitter/X. My WSOP entrance tomorrow at 4:40 p.m. is heating up. Johnny Chan, Jungle Man Dan, Scotty, Jeff Gross, Joe Stapleton, Mike Buck, the Mouth Matisow, 2 pro fighters, and a few others are joining him. #positivity. There's a video here, but I'm not going to listen to it because I'm on the comms. But yeah, you guys can go check it out. Phil Hellmuth's Twitter, Phil_Hellmuth. He's talking about it. It looks like he's playing a YouTube video of possibly the song he's coming out to, or maybe what he's wearing. But that's a pretty decent entourage there.
But like, what would that entourage being used for?
He's also eating some cherries while he's...
Are those people you just mentioned all shown up in bikinis like he's done in the past?
I have no idea. I mean, last year Jungle Man Dan was a lion, right?
It's a caged animal.
Yeah, so I mean, anything is fair game. And if he's entering at 4:40, I believe that would be at the start of when the stream starts. So should be able to catch it on PokerGO. Big pot developing here. Lynskey, Dwyer. Dwyer's got a set of 9s. Lynskey's got the nut flush draw. Queen on the river, so Lynskey misses. Pot's 35K. Lynskey's got just over a pot size bet behind. He's first to act. This was raised from Lynskey, 3-bet from Dwyer, call from Lynskey. Lynskey then check called 2200, check called 11K on the turn, bringing us here to this river. Lynskey could possibly rep some 10s here. Looks like he's gonna do just that. Look at that. 16,000, just about half pot. Dwyer's got 35K behind, so this is a little bit less than half of what he has left. Let's see if the man from Ireland can figure this one out. I believe this board, at least to me, it looks like it would favor Lynskey more in terms of having 10s given all of the action. You know, yes, Dwyer could 3-bet a hand like 2. Oh, he's going to call. Look at that. Well done. Picks it off.
Hey, nice one.
But that's good.
Nice pickup here for Dwyer, up to 86K. Akkari, by the way, sitting on 110. Spear on 170. Kowalk on 110. Donnie, we've missed a lot of blood being spilled here at this table prior to them moving to the feature table.
We did. I mean, the chips are flying. Look at where Spear is, 170K. Kowalk's up over 100. Akkari's over 100.
Yeah.
Saw Lynskey lose a chunk there. Perez was already down to 37K, so Could expect some big ones like that. I mean, the first hand we had was a big pot, right? We walked right into it. We had a big pot we just saw right there. So if those two hands are any evidence of things to come, then we're going to see the chips fly. Spears got a nice looking stack over there, cruising along. Must feel good to come back from dinner.
And
You got more than 3 starting stacks.
Oh my
And I fold
God.
the
Or
jacks,
sorry,
yeah.
a little bit under 3 starting stacks. I mean,
The show is not good for me.
You did all right earlier on.
Yeah.
Still not over your 3s. I think you should tell anybody who wasn't here, like the gentleman.
Yeah.
in the
Guys,
front,
let
what
me
happened.
tell you something.
Yeah, I
You
think
had Jacks,
you should.
you
I
had
think
Jacks in
you
the hand
should.
with me.
It was an extraordinary bluff.
What do you have? You
I had something.
you can say, we're going to see it.
Yeah, I had kings.
Kings.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we're gonna see it.
Yeah, I
Now,
can-
now you're gonna. Now we're
I
gonna
mean,
see
you
it.
can tell me now too, yeah?
Well, you didn't see that one. You're not going to be first to see that.
Pretend.
I promise I'll tell you that.
I know
I
you
won't
will.
let it haunt
I
you.
know you
No,
will.
I believe,
Curtis, I
yeah.
know you will.
But I did have kings in that hand.
Yeah.
At least you didn't have queens there.
Sorry about that.
I heard 6 isn't big. I was like, man, if I have to fold my second set
Yeah.
earlier at the 3s, and he 3-bet. Fortunately, that board was not me at all.
Valley's been active, and he's going to remain active here. Hijack seat comes in with the raise. Blinds this level, 300, 500 with the 500 big blind ante. Lynskey's coming along from the small blind. Heads up here. Australia versus Brazil.
Like I said, Donnie, international affair. We've had multiple years where I believe there were 5 or 6 international players making the main event final table.
Yep.
I feel so every year we need a Brazilian, we need someone from Spain, we need someone from Japan and China. Like, we need to like have good global coverage. Someone from India would be nice to have this year.
Yeah. Well, with the year Santosh Sarvanas having, I mean,
Oh yeah.
he could be right in there. Action was checked on the flop. Lynskey checks the turn here. Valley's gonna pounce. How much, sir? 24. Lynskey says no thank you. Not gonna chase my gutter on a paired board, and this one to Brazil.
And I wish Ace-10 guy was still here. Alex gave him a bum card and made him bust.
My bad. You hardly knew him.
I played with him before. I've actually played a bunch of matches with him.
Here for a few minutes.
He and his wife play all the time.
My wife has a poker trophy. I've got none. It's a big issue in our marriage.
Mine has a win trophy,
course.
and I do not have one. Got a second. And
No way.
You said
Wow.
that. You said
No
Right,
way,
right.
Donnie. This is not real life.
Is this real?
that. Yeah,
Someone
random.
just go broke?
no, he went
I
for
tried to put right there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he
No
busted like 5
way.
minutes before we moved over.
This is amazing.
Jared, I'm also Jared, and I'm in your old seat. This is the one, right?
Nice to see you guys.
Also, Remko, native Segwood on Twitter. Jared Bleznick was Harrington 25 on full tilt, Harrington 10 on
You will.
PokerStars. So
We both got it right.
yeah, we both got it right. And thank you to native Segwood for
Are you out
filling
of-
us
are
in
you
with
out
that
of
info.
postcards,
Very
or
much appreciated.
Yeah, well, I broke all.
you broke all? Is there anything good?
I was just in
He
that
was in the
seat.
seat.
Yeah, they broke our table. That's why they switched us.
This is amazing. All right, so we have some action here. Kowalk
Great
takes it
inning,
down
yeah.
with jacks. So
Honestly, the boxes were bad. I mean,
That sucks.
I saved 3 of them. Those will be good.
So Jared Bleznick was on our
Sapphire?
feature table. The table
expensive.
broke,
Like
and he
$1,000
drew the
box.
seat of the main feature table. I mean,
2024. New one.
you guys got what you wanted. This is really funny.
You guys have been playing together all day?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy's kind of new.
I'm a new
R1.
addition, yeah.
R1. Yeah.
So I got here, they decided to put us on the feature table.
He came up there like this guy.
They're
It's
like-
got to be up there.
There's no question anymore.
I mean, you played a massive pot first hand here.
He's all action.
First hand on the
All
feature,
action, yeah.
We got the chips. We got the chips in the first pot.
He had aces.
Spear raising up to 1200. Action on Bleznick.
It was.
He's going to
it
come
was
along.
fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bleznick has lost some chips, Donnie. We saw him on about
Laying
85K
down
before
there. Before the
dinner.
turn.
Now on
He's trying to set
62.
it up.
Still comfortable, but not as strong as he
Got
was
a lot
before.
of chips.
Yeah, no, I'm curious to see how
Alright.
he interacts with this table, how he feels them out early on. You know, it seemed like he was pretty much in control of that other table. You know, feeling pretty good, pretty comfortable, and let's see how he adapts here.
Okay.
You go to the game on
this new
Saturday,
table.
Andre? Will you go to the football game
Quick
on
check
Saturday?
here as Bleznick announces okay to the dealer.
Does that officially mean check?
I do not know if that qualifies, but
Yeah.
I guess the dealer understood the assignment.
He doesn't want to play.
I met him, we were
Bleznick
flying
betting
by
2K
there.
on the turn.
Yeah.
Spear coming along
Really
with
fancy their chances this
a
year.
pair of fours.
He just
5 of spades
patriotic,
breaks
but
out for Spear.
must be decent.
Spear checks over to Bleznick once again, who looking down at his chips. We're gonna get some more value.
$5,200 is the bet. Action on Spear. Now, Spear was watching the stream prior to him sitting down at this table. He might have been convinced to call here because Bleznick tried quite a bit of bluffing before dinner. This time, however, he goes for value
Queen.
and he gets the call.
Queen's good.
Queen is good indeed, and Jared Bleznick trending in the right direction.
Yep, yeah, I mean, he got to the table. You mentioned how he was down a little bit on chips from where we last saw him, but wins that pot right away, back up over 70K, is the Blez. Hat backwards. No card boxes in sight. I guess he's down to business here, huh?
Oh yeah, he's already much quieter, but maybe he's already getting bored, Donnie. Look at that face. The face of someone who is itching to open a box or two.
You know what I told everyone before we broke? The worst feeling in this tournament, and I've been here before, is to bust day one on a feature table. I want everyone to understand.
Tell you how it feels.
All right, I raise.
So,
Yeah.
and I'll explain why. Because everyone's at home watching. This is your one moment of fame, and they're all watching. All your family and friends are all watching. They see you go bust. They're going to be like, "How? What did you? You know, you can't
Why
let."
didn't you play that way?
Isn't it a 13-day tournament? Why did
It's-
you lose on day one?
Listen, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing if you
No,
bust
we'll-
on day one of the
we'll see
tournament.
what
I've
we
done
can
it
do for
before, just not on the feature. But if you do it here, it's bad.
I busted in level 2
That
once,
much worse?
and I regged in level 2.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad.
Listen. The biggest mistake people make in poker tournaments, they want to win it on day one. No one can win the tournament on day one.
Call, yeah.
And this tournament is so long. There's so much play. You know? True.
Jared Bleznick working his magic,
Yeah,
Donnie.
he's
Getting that
just-
full equity.
Yeah, he's massaging the
great
table.
posture.
You know, he's
I usually have terrible.
setting them up,
You got great
see.
posture.
giving compliments about posture to his opponents.
This is awesome. All right, we got King 5-3 on the flop here. Dwyer with King Jack looking pretty good. Action is checked around. 5 pairs on the turn. White Mama with the $5 donation saying D next to win the main event. You heard it here first. Well, he called his shot on Twitter too. He said the deep run is coming. I remember last year, Negreanu very frustrated in the main event, had a very bad run. I believe he busted on day one, couldn't get anything going.
Dwyer going to come out betting here on the turn with his 2 pair, kings and 5s. Or sorry, checked around. He check raised. My fault. Action is back over to the better, Kowalk. Kowalk had made it 1,800. Dwyer kicked it up to 5K.
King 5 of hearts. Again.
No 5, no.
5 on 5.
I just lost the pot. This guy runs.
Quads are good.
You'll see later. Yeah.
Queen, I had ace
You
4.
played a king 5 of hearts.
All the 5s
Oh,
are
shit.
big.
Count this
you
small
guys,
blind.
you've got the memory of elephants.
All the 5s
Wow.
make sense.
I don't know how you do it. I've forgotten my hand.
Got it.
Michael Dwyer from Dublin, Ireland, a tech entrepreneur,
Worse than that.
founder of pigsback.com, and the author of From the Arena. I gotta look those up.
I don't think they told him. It's bold strategy.
Dwyer has
Do it for the
5
love.
cash at the World Series of Poker. His
some screenshots.
best result
Well, my
in
legs were hitting,
2022. He cashed for 52K in the 5K online event.
19,000.
Excuse me, 5K online main event. Even bigger. Lynskey raising to 1,200. Akkari comes along with the call. We have some potential here as Dwyer finds King Jack of clubs. Multi-way action, always fun to sweat. Lynskey from Brisbane, Australia. Big-time soccer fan and player. A devoted fan of Everton. Could have picked a easier path to rooting for a team. Always gotta love the ones that stick with the teams that don't always contend for the title. And look at this, Donnie. Joao Valley in the big blind with ace-king offsuit.
Yeah, after Dwyer got a little bit excited here, kicked it up to 5.2. 4-bet to 12.
You know what's going to happen, right? If this goes to the flop, it's going to be ace queen king giving Akkari a royal flush.
Yeah.
It was great before.
Dwyer wastes little time here making the call.
Well, there's no face cards left in the deck, so this is going to be a deuce deuce 6. Well, I got some of that right. Queen 6-6 rolls off the deck. Now, if you're Volley, Donnie, given the way the action has played out so far, how do you sort of assess Dwyer's range here, and also, you know, the fact that he's in position?
Yeah, I mean, he might have some ace queens. I'm not exactly sure. You know, I mean, Volley's been playing with him all day. He would have a better understanding on how Dwyer's going to approach an ace queen with a raise and a call in front of him. But he could have a hand like 2 queens, right? I think it's certainly fine to 3-bet and then call 4-bet in position with 2 queens. He could have jacks or 10s. I like this initiative here from Dwyer.
Wow.
After that check comes from Volley, you know, it kind of
They'd
seems
owe
like
you
in a
one or
way he's
two.
waving the
I
red
did owe
flag.
you 1 or 2.
Dwyer on fire here.
Thank you.
Raking in a very nice one. Also love that shirt he's wearing. I gotta find out where he got that from. All right, it's time to check back in with Mr. Jeff Platt, still roaming the aisles here on day 1B of the main event.
Just saw a live and in-person power jam on the river. It was absolutely electric. Since we're so close to the table, I won't dive into your insights on that hand. But what I do want to dive into, a post that you made on social media yesterday, an encouragement of sorts to players who were firing the main. Can you give us kind of the core of this message that you were sending to them?
Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't tell you before the hand, because it was about not being afraid to bust.
Yeah,
and
okay.
yeah, the only thing everyone in this tournament's guaranteed to do is bust at some point. But it feels like their biggest fear is also to bust. And so if the only inevitable thing is what everyone's fearful of, it seems kind of silly to me. You know, you should just enjoy the moment, and don't try to just stick around and survive to stop yourself from busting, because eventually you will bust. And probably you'll bust in some standard flip or cool or whatever, and you're going to wish you just called off with 2-pair or a bad flush against the crazy guy or whatever, you know. So, yeah, just that was kind of how I saw it.
For someone who plays so many tournaments throughout the course of the year, live or online, what separates this one, the World Series of Poker Main Event, from all the others?
To be honest, it doesn't really. There's nothing. It's nice to play with people you don't usually play with. Sometimes in the higher bands, you play with the exact same people, and everyone's so scared to give anything off in one hand, because then you can extrapolate it in every other hand. Here, you play against people you're never going to play against again, so you can have more fun and relax. And yeah, it's more like it's 8 different games going on at the table rather than one game, I feel like. But yeah.
I'll send you back to the action. We hope to see more power jams in the future. Thanks, Pats. No more. Yeah, okay, guys.
Patrick Leonard, always a fan favorite to check in with. Donnie, I believe you are a dedicated follower of the Patrick Leonard Instagram.
Yeah,
For the people unfamiliar, please cue them in on it.
Yeah, listen, I'm a big Pads fan. I mean, the guy's an incredible poker player, extremely nice. On Instagram, you know, he's constantly talking about his poker play, giving advice, especially when he plays online. Pads on Poker is his IG handle, so I would highly encourage people to check him out.
I mean, everyone here is just, I mean,
action is hot and heavy here as Valley, after losing one of the Dwyer, now comes in with a 4-bet himself.
I don't think we saw a raise. I don't think we saw a 3-bet on the other table. Like, I think we saw 2 3-bets in 6 hours.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
So you prefer it should be here, right?
Everybody's trying to win it on day one.
I'll tell you right now, all you guys that are keep 3 and 4 betting parade, they're all the ones that are going to be out by tomorrow. You know, sometime tomorrow.
He's like
Helmuth Jr. 4 betting and 5 betting.
In a lot of ways.
It's not how you play correctly.
He's teaching. It's a seminar here. The master class.
All you kids are gonna bust.
Like the gambit.
Even though I'm 37 or however old he is. All you kids out there.
Raise 1200.
Call.
Call.
I'm not gonna, I mean,
No 3-betting, Donnie.
No 3-betting.
I
feel like at some point Bleznick's going to make a comment about this hand. You know, this is one of those suited wheel cards where the kids would have 3-bet this one. Maybe not these positions, but you guys get my drift. Heads up here, Lynskey versus Bleznick. Queen 9-7, couple of spades. Lynskey does have the ace of spades in his hand. Check, check to the 10 of diamonds turn. That gives Lynskey a pair of 10s. Lynskey checking once again over to Bleznick.
That's 13.
1,300 is the wager. Just over 1/3 pot from Bleznick. Lynskey flips in the call. 6,300 out there. 4 of clubs on the river. Lynskey checks. Let's see if Bleznick has another bullet in him or if he's just going to shut it down and check behind. Looks like he is going to go for it.
That's 32.
3,200 is the wager here from Bleznick. bluffing with the ace high. Lynskey has the best hand, but it's second pair on a somewhat connected board here. Look at Lynskey, he's gonna flick in the call. He's gonna show the winner. He's gonna allow Bleznick to show his hand first. He's gonna table that ace-10 afterwards, and he's gonna collect the pot. Climb up to just about 25,000 and chips.
All right, here's a look at our GTO Wizard chip count of table A. As I said before, lots of blood already spilled at this table. Jared Bleznick joining us with 66K. We see Andre Akkari, Michael Dwyer, and Alex Lynskey at the bottom of the counts. Lots more action to be had here on day 1B of the World Series of Poker main event. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters in the booth with me, and right now getting set up, our special guest of the night, Mr. Faraz Jaka. Just getting him situated here with the headphones. Make sure to send in your questions to the chat, and you are live with us.
All right. So I have no idea who is at the table.
That's great.
And I just found out 5 minutes ago that I think one of my students is at one of these tables. Michael Dwyer, right?
Michael Dwyer, yes.
Okay.
He's sporting the Jaka coaching patch.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
Hey, we just missed a hand we would have loved some analysis on, because he was getting quite frisky there, Donnie.
Yeah, it went raise call. He 3-bet the button with king jack suited.
Okay.
I believe it was the small blind, maybe the big blind, 4-bet with ace king. He called. Became queen 6-6 with 2 spades. He didn't have any spades. The ace king checked. He took the initiative, comes out betting, and took down the pot. So
okay, nice.
Good job by him. It got him up over 100K.
Nice, nice. Do you guys know about Michael's incredible story?
I mean, his bio sheet is 4 pages, so it was too much to even read off. But you can give us the summary.
So yeah, if you guys haven't talked about it yet, just about a month ago, he played a $100 satellite. He watched Dara O'Kearney's satellite video on our training site.
It's on me. Excuse me. Yeah, no, that's not.
Turned it into a $1,000 satellite on GG Poker. Turned that into a $10,000 million seat, and it was their special one. And turned that into 1.3 million.
No way.
And the day before the final table, all he did was watch our ICM videos with me and Sylvan, and he just studies his ass off and turned $100 into 1.3 mil.
Wow.
And I think he just had retired this year too.
No way.
He is on cloud 9, and he's an awesome dude. Like, it could not have happened to a better guy.
That's incredible. Michael Dwyer, living the poker dream. He did say, though, on air, that his wife has a poker trophy and he doesn't, so that is missing from the resume.
So we just had a Jaka coaching student meetup 2 nights ago, and he presented me with this special rare whiskey from Ireland. He did a whole presentation for me. It was really cool.
That's awesome. How many people did you have that night?
I think we had about 60 people or so show up.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Is this mine?
A lot of people were playing too. We have some more on site.
Do you know how many of your students are playing the main specifically?
I have that number somewhere, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I would guess 20 to 30.
Okay.
We also have members who aren't public that they're members, and that's usually more the pros.
Got it.
So there's always some guys that I don't even know are students.
24,000.
Well, you had a rough day on day 1 yesterday. Please give us the summary of what went down.
Yeah, so I had a bad seat draw in the sense that I had 2 very good aggressive players directly to my left, and they had chips most of the day. So I wasn't going to be able to do anything too creative pre-flop, and that's okay. That's just part of the nature of tournaments. And then once I did get kings and ace king, I ran into kind of weird spots versus recreational players who were taking weird lines where things just didn't work out, and that's the nature of tournaments. You got to dodge and weave those spots. Yeah, I talked the spots over with kind of the people I talk strategy with, ran them in the solvers, walked away being like, okay, I think, I did whatever I could, and I got 14 big blinds, and I think someone told me the story the other day. They finished final 15 last year, and they finished day one with like 5K chips. So I got plenty.
Well, we got the story earlier from Koray Aldemir, who bagged half a starting stack when he won the main event. He said he made one huge fold on day one that kept him in the tournament, and you know, he took the bull by the horns on day two and started an epic run. We've seen lots of big pots, Donnie, on day 1A and even on day 1B as well. Pads referenced the fact that you should never be scared to bust because everybody is going to bust at some point. It is sort of fun to see how people are seemingly not scared at all.
Yeah, I think you have to trust yourself ultimately, right? I mean, don't shy away from the moment. If you have good reasoning, do what you think is right. If everything is logical, I mean, don't just go out there and punt off your stack because you're like, I'm just going to run everyone over, of course. But if you have a lot of good reasoning, you have, you know, logic behind things, don't be scared to go out. Only one, I know Pad said everyone's going to bust. Well, one person's not. One person's probably going to win 11 million, 12 million, but only one person out of 9,500, 10,000 is going to ultimately not bust, so don't be scared.
Valley comes in for the race to 1,200. Akkari makes the call on the big one. We got Brazil versus Brazil here. Donnie going to the flop.
Oh yeah. Valley's been extremely active at this table.
João Valley from Porto Velho in Brazil. He's into partying, beach going, beer, and hookah. This sounds like my guy.
Yeah. I did want to ask you, Faraz, you know, you mentioned, I think it was Leonard Mao was right to your left, then Joseph Chong right next to him. But some other players at your table, I would classify it as erratic, like 5x, 6x, 7x pre-flop. I mean, how do you adjust for all of the different styles you see in the main event?
Yeah, literally, we had a lesson this morning where I reviewed all my main event hands, and we were talking about exactly that. And I actually went and I got to catch a little bit of the commentary from last night on my table, and I heard you addressing that. You had a good point. Literally, the ace-9 suited hand that I flatted, I thought should have been a fold as well, and that's what I was talking about. So you're spot on there.
But it's hard in game because...
Well, I didn't know what he's doing it with.
Yeah, you see players and you're probably like, okay, I'm going to put this guy in like the inexperienced bucket. Okay, you know, nothing against Brent Barbie, who was the gentleman, but, you know, and you're like, at some point I want to start playing hands against this guy. And it seemed like Joseph Chong was trying to play every hand possible against these other players, right? So you see an ace-9 suited when you haven't seen a lot of hands, it's like, okay, let's go. Let's try and flop something and, you know, try and double up to this guy.
Yeah, so yeah, let's talk about how do we play against that strategy, because it's a common question I get from my students as well. Like, hey, what do I do when these guys 5 and 6x? First of all, you just play tighter. You don't need to go out and find some incredible way to exploit them. They're already kind of doing it for you. You know, they're not going to make as much money with their good hands. They're going to lose too much money with certain hands. So the obvious answer is you play a lot tighter. You do need to get a feel for how wide of a range they're doing and just make sure you're ahead of their range. I did want to play pots with him. So now it's just a matter of, do I need to isolate him with a certain hand, or you know, can I just call because I don't think these guys are going to flat behind anyways due to the stack size or how big he raised or whatever. It seemed like he was raising bigger with the real hands and a little bit smaller with the okay hands. And I picked up on that after the ace-9 suited hand. So I would have folded that in retrospect.
Spear and Perez head-to-head here on the turn. Spear with 9s, picks up a flush draw to go along with his pair. Perez with the best of it so far. Aaron Spear just shy of 400K in total tournament earnings. 10 completes the board. He's the winner this year of a Moneymaker Tour event at Daytona Beach for 87K. So always good coming off a win coming into the main event. Wow, and look at this. Twice the size of the pot on the river, and Perez the one improving to aces and 10s here. And the call has been made. Bad news for Spear.
Go on the Raiders.
Go on the Raiders is right.
Ooh, nice fun.
You call without that river?
Sounds good.
It's a bigger decision for sure.
I think it's probably a fold.
Small blind, big blind. Thank you.
Spear losing some chips, but still has 144K in front of him. Not a bad day for him so far. All right, back to Jeff Platt out in the field. Let's see what he has got for us right now.
All right, to help us celebrate the 4th of July, let's chat with Lynskey Gavin Mather. Lynskey, this is the first time I've seen somebody in any kind of patriotic swag. Does that surprise you?
That actually really does surprise me. It's America. Come on.
I hope you have a flag to give Sean next to you, even though he's an Aussie. He can help us celebrate Independence Day. You walk into the door at the World Series of Poker main event and you think what? What runs through your mind as you're about to sit down at this tournament?
Gosh, I think how lucky and blessed that I am to be able to play this event. It's a dream of so many, and to be able to play it every year is just a true dream. The second thought is, okay, Lexi, please don't punt on day one. Don't punt.
And so far, so good on that?
So far, so good. I actually folded a full house, I believe correctly. So, yeah.
I know you do a lot in the content creation world. Give us the latest update on the vlog and where people can find your work.
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube and all of the social media platforms at Lexi Gavin Poker, Lexi with a Y. And yeah, I'm vlogging every day of the World Series of Poker, and it's been going great. I've been having fun.
And if I go to Bob and ask about a last longer, he would say?
He would probably say that he's going to last longer because I have a tendency to either build a lot of chips or bust early.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. We'll send you back to the
Thanks,
action.
Jeff.
Appreciate the time. Thanks, Lexi.
All right, Lexi Gavin Mather working on her own main event story, and we go right back to our secondary table. The two big names here, Harrison Gimbel and Koray Aldemir, clashing here. Koray with the check mark. Donnie, get us caught up here.
This was action folded over to Gimbel. He made it 1.3. Looks like he's gonna. Was that check down the river? It was a 3-bet pot. How about that?
Yep, I think it was.
Speed us up there.
Check on the river, and
Koray looks like he's off to quite a good start. Much better than 2021.
Yeah, but he's probably thinking, when I won it, I started out terribly.
Yeah.
So how can this be the winning recipe? If you're just tuning in, we have Faraz Jaka in the booth with us. Don't hesitate to send in any questions as we look at the chip counts presented by GTO Wizard here on our secondary table. Harrison Gimbel, Koray Aldemir, both on very healthy stacks. We have a Dutchman from my country on top, Martijn. Don't have his last name though, but either way, I got to root for the red, white, and blue. Oh, Lagerfeld, that must be him. By the way, if you're catching us on YouTube, please don't forget to smash that like button. Only 300 likes on the video so far. Embarrassing. Totally embarrassing. Let's get up to 1,000. Let's go, people. We're also live on Twitch and PokerGo right now. Every starting day of the main event, we're live on all 3 platforms at the same time. We have some guests queued up for tomorrow as well. Kane Callis joining us in the booth as Donnie takes his seat in the main event. And then later on for the night session, we have Espen Jorstad, the champ, joining us. He won the main event 2 years ago, and I'm sure he'll have some great insights as well. Aldemir raising the button with Queen 6 off. Faraz, these players, especially the pros, have had quite a few hours to study and get to know their opponents. Do you feel as though the later stages of day one is where the real sort of magic starts to happen?
Yeah, definitely. You know, everyone's strategy is a little bit different, but, you know, the classic is you wait, you get the information, and then people start opening up. But also, the recreational players are kind of thinking the same thing as well. So they're also aware of that and going to start opening up their game in different ways. So you might see them pull out some things up their sleeve that you haven't seen before.
West here, Ron West, flopping a set of 3s, but he is nowhere near the finish line as Guang Chen has both a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. Aldemir, the pre-flop aggressor, has an open-ended straight draw, no spades, so with how random these hands are, there's quite a lot going on here. I don't think Aldemir would have expected to get 2 calls continuing on this type of flop. Turn brings the king of clubs. Are you surprised to see West just flat here, keeping this multi-way on this type of texture?
You know, a lot of people realize that they don't have many bluffs out of the small blind with another player behind. So they'll also flat their strong hands to kind of balance that, which I think is good and super reasonable.
Action back on Aldemir, just shy of 10K in the middle.
So yeah, I think it just really depends on people's strategies if they're going to kind of have bluffs and value in that spot with a player behind left to act still. It's going to be pretty tempting for him to barrel here. Queen of clubs in his hand.
Queen of clubs in his hand. He's got, you know, the king comes out, pre-flop razor. Maybe you want to rep that card.
Yeah,
if he does get called, he still has the straight draw, just, you know, just in case. So.
And he gets a lot of ace highs to fold right now. A lot of random pairs. If the spades miss, he's going to be tempted to barrel off with this combo, thinking that they have spade draws.
Kwang Chen in the tank here with gut shot and flush draw. Never easy to continue, especially when this thing is still 3-way. Out of position. He is going to make the call. Now action on West with the flopped set. What options are you weighing here if you're West?
Oh, West is with the 3s, I see.
Yeah.
How deep are they? Let's see.
Still got 100 bigs behind.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty tempted to raise, but he didn't go very big, right? Aldemir. Lose to some sets, lose to a couple straights.
I mean, he gets a clean river here, does West.
Yeah, I mean, calling's reasonable. I mean, if you had 5s, I'd probably for sure be raising at that point. Obviously, the deeper we are, the more we might just call, worried about 6-7 and ace deuce.
Does Aldemir have another bullet in him here?
Aldemir does check behind, and West is going to table the winner here with his set of 3s. No aggression shown by West, but he is going to rake in a really nice pot here. Donnie, is pot control sort of the name of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I could have seen West coming with the check raise on the turn. There's a lot out there. Spade comes in on the river. I mean, what happens if Aldemir bets? You're kind of in this weird, like, no man's land. Same with the club. Backdoor clubs can come in, so I would probably check raise. A bit of getting value, a bit of denying equity, you know, stuff like that. But he collects the pot nonetheless.
Yeah, I actually thought the player in the small blind had the set of 3s.
I originally did too.
So now that's why I was saying that his flat was fine. I would have been raising that.
Yeah, once it goes check, bet, call, and then you have the set, then it's like, okay.
Yeah, I would have for sure raised the flop. I thought it was the small blind guy.
Yeah, I had that backwards as well.
You were talking about later in the day, kind of things opening up because people have more information. Something that happens at the end of day 1 on the main event is there's this fake bubble that exists with a lot of the recreational players. They really want to make day 2 because all your friends are texting you. You know, your friends and family think you're crazy. You're going out here spending $10,000, and you want to show them like it's for a good reason.
You want to put chips in the bag. You want, like,
for some people, like they're getting extra days off, or they negotiated more time off their family if they make day 2. So you know, I kind of gave my students a pep talk this morning, because a lot of them are recreational players that, you know, hey, like if you want to optimize for that, that's fine. But if your goal is to make the most amount of money and be profitable and have the highest chance of final tabling, then you have to not care about that. And you know, it doesn't matter, you know, when you bust, like you want to put yourself in the best chance to win.
It's the same thing as going from, you know, level 3 to level 4. I mean, that's essentially what it is. It's just you have a whatever 12-hour gap between the levels instead of 20 minutes.
Yeah, but Donnie, on Instagram, you're not posting your chip counts at the end of level 2. No, it's when the bag is full of chips. That's what goes on the gram.
And oftentimes, is, you know, at the end of days is when you'll see a lot of the better, more experienced players just start to attack in a way, like Faraz said, it makes it that kind of mini bubble. And they know people are going to sit back and kind of want to bag. You know, once they say, hey, 5 hands left, everyone's like, oh, I only got to sit here for 5 hands?
Even that last hour or two, like, I remember last year, like, some guys coming up telling me that I 3-bet them and they folded jacks just to a single 3-bet because they don't want it to make day 2.
Yeah. They see the clock says an hour, hour and a half. They're like, oh, that's it?
So
I'm going to order a beer and chill.
So, yeah, if you're running deep in this thing and you're not an experienced player and your friends and family are hyping you up, just, I know it's hard, but try not to get too sucked into it. You know, it could hurt your play and, you know, lead you to play a certain way because of that hype that they're bringing in.
Well, I was all in on the last hand of last year on day 2. So let's go. I mean,
right.
Sometimes you just got to put the money in, you know?
Got some action here. Balleur raising to 1,300 before the flop. Gutierrez 3-betting to 3,400. Call was made. Balleur checked on 10-7-5. Gutierrez bet with ace-king, and Balleur comes along. So we're all caught up here going to the turn card, which brings the 4 of spades. I just realized that we could also just pronounce his name as Baller, which is way more fun.
Well, Baller doesn't get a favorable turn card here. Probably would have loved to have turned a flush draw. 9 rolls off, king rolls off. How about that?
Well, speaking of favorable cards.
Yeah, just, you know, make the pair.
Hitting the jack on the river, very, very helpful. Baller almost looks too serious with the glasses.
This whole table's too serious.
The whole pose, like, Donnie, this is. If you draw this table tomorrow, you're gonna text me and say, "How did I draw this table?"
Yeah.
I got 2 waters. Thank you. Thank you.
Baller taking a lot more time than we have seen so far today. Most decisions are rather instant, but he is reaching for chips. Leading for 5,500. Harrison Gimmel not in the hand, but is staring Gutierrez down as if he owes him money. Gutierrez lets it go, and Baller rakes in the chips here.
Yes.
That
two waters, please.
That spot is a spot you could also just do like a 3rd pot bet. A lot of players are scared to do a 3rd pot bet, thinking it looks weak. But the beauty of it is, if you bet a 3rd pot there or a 1/4 pot, you could start to bet a 10. You could maybe even start to bet a 7-8, a pocket 9s, and get value. And then the times they raise, you have a jack sometimes, or you could easily call because you're blocking the ace jack that they're representing. Ooh.
Wow.
Big hand developing
Hello.
here.
We are back on the main feature table. We have Dwyer making it 1,100, Spear 3-betting with kings to 3,300, and Jared Bleznick finding the suited ace-king, making it 10,300, and Kowalk finds 10s in the big blinds. What is happening here? 4 premium holdings.
We're going to see if Faraz's student Dwyer can correctly get away from this ace-queen, which I'm guessing he will, facing this action.
So 10's already in the muck here. Well done by Kowalk.
What was it 3 and 4 betting does to people on day one?
Jared Bleznick earlier claimed that the people that 3 and 4 bet on day one are the ones that ultimately go home early. Bleznick not in the talking mood here, Donnie, with ace-king.
No, he's not. I mean, this hand is...
Now, if you're Spear with kings and a massive stack, are we just turning the screws on Bleznick here?
I generally lean, just play your hands kind of straightforward.
Dara?
I mean, deeper in a tournament, when you got some more volume playing with people, I think you can get kind of trickier.
Water.
I don't think flatting is bad by any sense.
Water.
And that's what Spear comes with.
Spear was the 3-better?
Yes.
10, 3, 6. Well, Akkari earlier folded 10s and a 10 showed up on the turn. Now Kowalk's turn to full 10s and a 10 comes up on the flop. 22,000 already in the middle. Action on Bleznick in the small blinds. Completely whiffing this one. Are we just shutting it down most of the time here when the flop comes out this poorly?
Not necessarily. I mean, when you 4-bet, you still have a pretty strong range advantage here. You have a lot of hands that are going to want to bet. So it's pretty easy to continue with at least a small bet here still.
Spear comes along, makes the call.
There's also this so against a GTO range, this guy's supposed to have hands he 3-bets and calls that are like some suited connectors, suited broadways, but certain players aren't going to mix those in, and they only have very premium hands when they flat now. So as an exploit against certain players, you might just shut it down. So it really depends who you're up against. But if both players are playing theoretical, then you'd probably still be betting here.
Action on Bleznick. Let's see if he wants to pack it in or if he wants to keep applying pressure, and he does decide to check and slow down. Bleznick, the one, Donnie, saying out loud to all his tablemates when he showed up that you should never bust on day one of the main event on the feature table, and he said, I quote, "That's embarrassing."
Yeah, he did.
So perhaps listening to his own advice here, not continuing to barrel as Spear checks behind and an 8 of spades completes the board.
Yeah, and if you're Bleznick on the turn, you're going to want to continue on either a jack, queen, or maybe a 3 or a 6, some sort of blank. You want the clubs, diamonds, heart, backdoors to miss. You'd be barreling on those types of cards. I would have bet the kings in position on that turn. There's not too much you're worried about.
Bleznick again with the check. And action now on Spear. $15K is the bet from Spear, less than half the pot. A little bit of Hollywood here, perhaps, Donnie, from Bleznick.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit annoyed probably. Why couldn't I hit an ace? Where are the spades? Does this guy really just have it? I mean, I'm the one with the ace-king. I block the aces and the kings. Come on.
The most quiet we've seen Jared Bleznick all day.
I mean, to Faraz's point about, the option to bet the kings on the turn is Bleznick thinking of getting a bit heroic here, thinking, you know, why doesn't this guy betting queens on the turn, kings on the turn, etc.
Sorry to ask you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is he was paranoid of like a set or something, but the thing is, Bleznick's not really for betting any of those hands except for maybe tens.
Bleznick running through some ideas and options here and ultimately decides to let it go.
I mean, when Bleznick sees this, he's going to be happy. Spirited and re-raise pre, come with a 5-bet, then maybe Bleznick goes with his hand, and then he's out the door.
Yeah, I like the call with the kings there.
We had Bleznick on our first feature table, and he was getting a little bit out of line at times. I mean, he was in there bluffing, doing whatever he kind of wanted. It seemed like he had a really good control and understanding of the table and where everyone was at.
Yeah. It's not working out for me.
When in Rome.
Yeah, and you really got to be able to switch your game based on, you know, who's at your table, what the momentum is, and got to be able to switch gears.
Good Ed.
Thank you.
Bleznick indeed referencing the fact that he did not follow his own advice.
I mean, you're going to see it anyway, but you probably made a good fold.
It's hard. I mean, unless you're just doing something crazy with ace jack or ace queen. I mean, I can't imagine I have the best hand.
I think I had you by 1.
Oh, so he's putting him on queens?
Wow. Bleznick again follows it up with ace jack suited. If you're just tuning in, we are doing live coverage of day 1 of the main event on YouTube, Twitch, and PokerGO. Might as well snag your PokerGO subscription right now for the later stages of this event. We are live every day, with the exception
once
of
I told myself you
the
called
day
in,
off before the final table.
Once you called 10,000 pre, I beat no.
Yeah, and the flop, I doubt. I don't have ace king probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to be winning there.
10-7 deuce, 2 spades. Again with the whiff for Bleznick. Kowalk flops top pair, top kicker. Action quickly checked around. Kowalk bets 2K on the turn here with his top pair, top kicker. Akkari comes along with pocket 4s, and Bleznick decides to toss in a raise to 7,200.
This is the Bleznick we saw earlier in the day.
Are we allowed to look at our phones here?
Faraz, what are you thinking of this move from Bleznick?
I would have liked a little more if he had
say.
something like
Just
an
gotta get up
ace
and go.
of diamonds in his hand.
That was
Because then he blocks the ace of 7 diamonds that the small blind would be flatting pre-flop. Ace of spades in his hand. I mean, he's probably thinking he's charging some draws, some 8-9, some spades, and maybe getting some smaller pairs to fold. So I don't hate it. I just would have liked it a little bit more with a different blocker in his hand. It just works a slightly higher percentage of the time when you have that other suit in your hand.
Well, Bleznick came to the table with almost 60K, now down to 37. it's not been working out for him so far.
Didn't tip Dara.
If you're with us in the chat on YouTube, please don't forget to smash that like button. Let's get us up to 1,000 likes. This is our nighttime coverage of Day 1B of the main event. We'll be with you until around 1:15, 1:30, depending on how long those final couple of hands take. So we still got a long way to go. Smith's turn to raise with the deuces. Jared Smith, an accomplished poker professional, just shy of 600K in live earnings, 150 total cashes, won a final table at the WSOP back in 2019. He final tabled the tag team event. His largest score is a second place at the Win in 2021 in their signature series.
So I tweeted asking if anyone had any questions for the stream, and one of the questions was, how do you stay level-minded deep into a 4-day poker tournament? And it is tough, especially if you're not used to it, and you'll be surprised by the time you get to day 4, day 5. You really got to start your tournament routine before you get to the trip. So I try to get on the sleep schedule I want like a couple days before the event, because it takes your circadian rhythm, you know, you could only change your sleep schedule by about 2 hours a day. So yeah, if I want to play at 12, I try to wake up at 9 every day, have time to work out, digest, you know, have some time to myself, do some emails or whatever, knock stuff off my plate. And, you know, even the workout routine, like, you're not going to figure it out once you get here because you're just too busy. And it's too much brain power to figure it out. So you really want to figure all that stuff out ahead of time, so you're just kind of on autopilot with your routine by the time you get here. The last thing I'll say is how you optimize your breaks in these tournaments is really important. And that can differentiate, you know, how well you're playing versus your opponents. So I'm always out there on every other break, you know, on the floor, doing, you know, movement, exercise, stretching, getting my blood flowing. And I notice when I do that, by the last couple hours, I'm the guy who's energetic, 3-betting, and active, whereas when I don't do that, I'm kind of the guy yawning and slouching and waiting for the day to get over.
Yeah, I think you see that a lot from players like yourself, you know, the more experienced professionals who have been through it before. They know the rigors of the grind. You know, they know how taxing it can be on you mentally and physically. I know poker's, you know, people look at it and they're like, it's not a sport. You can get pretty drained when you play this thing. So, like Faraz said, you certainly do have to prepare yourself as best as possible. And if you're somebody who's a little bit more inexperienced, you're playing a big tournament like this, I would definitely take that advice because it can pay big dividends. You make it to day 6 and then all of a sudden you're like, oh man, I'm dead. Like, what's going on?
Another thing I will say about routine is it's very important to not do anything different because it's the final table or the main event. This is classic advice you'll get from, you know, players in the NFL playing the Super Bowl and so on. Because if you do a different special routine, you're going to kind of psych your brain out that this is an important different situation, and then you're just going to play in this different state. And you're going to be nervous and anxious. So you want it to just be another day in the office and just keep doing it like you do every day.
So 4 cups of coffee, 6 sausages, bacon, eggs, the whole 9 yards. Then a little quick power nap.
Makes a whole speech about 3 and 4
Steak and fries on the break. Okay, I got it. I'm ready.
Top set. Same thing though.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Thankful for the 4.
Bad.
Lines.
I had a huge hand.
Action folds around to spear in the small blind. King 10 off. He's had one heck of a day so far. He's our table chip leader with 160K.
And he's got to be one of the biggest stacks in the room in general.
I mean, if you call, they both probably.
Ace,
They both might
8,
call.
deuce, rainbow on the flop. I wonder if Spear is just going to take the initiative here, and he will.
Trying to figure out what he
I missed the pre-flop action. What happened here?
Yeah.
Limp from the small blind Spear, and then check back from Valley.
Give me a king. Maybe it's
Valley comes along, makes the call. Clearly a non-believer in regards to Spear limping in with an ace of any kind. Given how active he's been, I wouldn't be surprised if Valley is going to try to take it away here on the turn.
Yeah, I almost like checking the king 10 on the flop because I'm just not sure what it accomplishes. We're not getting too many, we're not really getting any better hands to fold, and I don't know if we're getting enough value from worse hands. I would almost like betting like a king 3, king 4, king 5. That way we can barrel some turn cards to get better kings to fold. Like a general thing you'll see both pre-flop and post-flop is you're kind of betting your best stuff and your worst stuff,
Thanks
and
for the
kind of checking the middle stuff.
For me.
Came what? 10, 6 deuce?
Bleznick is still on this hand.
Turn 9,
Turn
river
9,
8.
river 8.
Yeah. 10, 6 deuce, yeah.
I told him I feel like you had that beat pre-flop. His hand 10s.
Likely.
Yeah.
Likely.
Wow.
How do you respond, Faraz, when people inquire about what you might have had in a hand? Are you just tell them? Do you?
I like to just poke fun with the situation, and it's all fun and mind games for me.
I usually just tell people the truth because they don't believe you anyway.
Oh, that's one of my moves.
So I'm just like, yeah, I had aces, and they're like, no, you didn't. Well, okay, fine,
totally one
I
of my
didn't.
moves.
Like, you're not gonna believe me no matter what I say.
Another one is you could show one card where like it looks like you want the other card to be that, but there's no way it's going to be that, but it actually is that.
Excuse me.
Akkari getting in there. Ace 7 off, comes in with the raise. Dwyer calls behind. Action over to Smith in the big blind.
Yeah, very good.
He defends, so 3 ways here.
Oh, yeah. He was fighting me forever. Just one.
Ace 7 deuce. 2 pair for Andre Akkari.
Late position versus late position, this is a spot where you can do a lot more checking than most people do. Even with a hand like ace king and ace queen, because that gives you the opportunity to now check raise those hands.
Yeah, I think I know that. Yeah.
So you also could have done that same thing with the ace 7 here. You let something like ace 10, ace jack bet, and you get to check raise it. You also just have a very weak range, a lot of garbage when you're that late, so you do have a lot of hands that just need to check fold versus the button.
It's going to be some bad timing here for your student, sir. He's trying to take advantage here, but little does Dwyer know, Akkari, who's going to double check his cards. Yes, sir, you have a full house. Akkari does just call the raise on the turn.
There you got me.
So in this spot, you don't want to have the heart in your hand if you're going to keep bluffing the river. I actually take that back. Doesn't matter in this spot. Akkari's not going to have a flush draw there.
Bad timing.
Old Dwyer does avoid any more disaster in that one. Loses some chips, but
I don't think I've made a full
not
house in
anymore.
33 days. Across every tournament I've played, every format, every game. I don't think I made a full house in 33 days.
Tough out there.
Jared Bleznick having a rough summer
really
from the
is.
sounds of it.
Well, it's hard to make.
Might need some sports cards to make up for the,
It's
the
very
gap in
hard
his
to make
finances.
hands.
That seems like you're below.
I can
Are you
bet,
folding too much?
I can bet you did more than 10 in 33 days.
I'm telling you right now,
I can bet.
We can check the. We can check the
Whatever
footage.
money you
it's
want.
very hard.
It's hard to make a pair, let alone a full house.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you got crazy against me.
I better behave myself for an orbit or two. Yeah.
That was the patch.
Yeah, as I say, the
That
lights,
was
the patches.
That was the lights and
It was
the
like a-
Faraz patch.
It wasn't what he teaches.
You look like a poker stars against. You like a poker stars against GG poker.
Who's you're getting coaching?
Oh, yeah, I'm part of Faraz's group.
I'm willing to bet that hand was not coaching approved. I'll bet.
I'm willing to bet that the
King
coach
Jack
will
one?
do it.
Yeah, the one he just played against Akkari.
That's a different matter, though.
That's fair, but I'm willing to bet it's not a high level play. Like
Michael's been playing
this
great.
was someone with coaching.
I would fold anything. So it was a good move. I would fold.
Yeah, no, yeah. You're not
He
old.
says ace 10, maybe.
Poker
if I
coaching
didn't have
tells
the
you do
co-
not raise into someone
the
that has a
full
full
house.
house.
Oh, man.
Les coaching says.
Donnie, how much would you pay for the Bleznick coaching package?
You think you
I mean, let's
mean,
face it, at my age, I'm uncoachable.
I would pay for it,
You know,
like,
I can get
mostly out of
instructions
entertainment.
here and there. I'm uncoachable.
In
you know?
fairness, I mean, it was an
We
image.
just have a little bit of sort of straight poker in us that we can't lose. You know, it just is the way it is.
It was an
what I
image
like.
play, but you need to take the Jaka coaching and the GG patch off before you make it.
Yeah, but you know what?
I got my money on Michael.
If you hobbled in,
playing good.
I was just trying to look cool in front of you guys.
Listen, if
you
you
hobbled
don't
in here
look
with a
stupid
cane and
at
you-
some point, you're probably doing something wrong. You know,
how
like
much is it?
things are
Hold
gonna
on,
happen.
say that.
You're gonna run into better hands.
He's been
gonna represent
engaging in
this,
elder abuse all day.
I think Bleznick's just trying to give him a hard time.
Yeah,
Make
of
him
course.
feel
So, you know,
uncomfortable.
To be fair, he has
Gotcha.
like ace 80 folds.
I'll tell you this, right? I've never studied poker. I never taught it.
That's good to know.
I'm not a big believer in the coaching. Like the
But hang on a second. You don't do what you say you do. We saw you 4-betting.
I mean, but in all fairness, I had a real hand. I had a real hand there. But you're right. You're right. You know how much tougher poker's gotten?
The old men are 3-betting you and 4-betting you.
Like, look at this.
Old Irish
Look at
maniacs.
this hand, right? Raise, re-raise. Day one of the main. You know how difficult that is to beat? That's hard to beat. Oops.
Standard Thursday here at the
You know?
table 130. 330.
You know, 2008, people, they would lose all their money pre-flop with ace-4 suited. And now it's, look at this.
You don't even get to think about it.
You guys got any
That's
popcorn?
somebody shoves rivers
Hey, I
in
mean,
one
this is a
of
great
the
show.
cups and
This is a
we all
great
make
show.
fun of 'em and say they're funny.
We should have a concession stand right outside here.
I like that Dwyer's like he's just right in there. Like
Yeah.
he's, you know, you can clearly tell he's comfortable.
Yeah.
He's not out of his element. Maybe some lesser known people are kind of just like, oh, well, who's this guy coming at me? You know,
Totally.
so but he's
true.
giving it right back.
But-
It's great.
If Alex made the move I made, there'd be no comment. You'd say that's standard, expected, GTO grinder, you know.
I love it.
Michael's the man.
Somewhere.
Andre
I'm
Akkari
afraid to look stupid in this game.
3-betting with King 3 and getting himself into a world of trouble because he makes trips, making it feel so much more unlikely that his opponent also has a king. Actually does go check, 13K in the middle.
Reset. I drank the wine.
Donnie, what's going on here?
Cocktail service here.
Lots of
Darryl
passive
Connie's
play
very
here
good.
in this hand.
Well, here
And
Akkari's
it's
finally
very
gonna
hot,
put the
Jack.
money in.
Wow, Akkari bets 14K. Kowak makes the call.
Look
Gonna
at Elder abuse.
Get shown a higher
If Jared
king.
didn't get you a water, it'd be.
Yeah, thanks.
Andre Akkari still comfortable up on, over 100K. Kowak on
Reducing,
146.
reusing, and recycling again. Some of the recycling, right?
You're leaving us?
All right, time to check
back.
back in with Jeff
I'll
Platt,
look
who
up,
is
but
still
come back.
out in the field looking for the stories. Jeff, what do you got?
All right, walking through the rail and I see this. So Matt, tell us what we have going on here.
So this is a very Hawaiian, Caribbean themed outfit I'm wearing right now for my buddy Pat.
Okay.
He railed for me the whole mini, and the deal was if I cash, then I have to do the same for him in the outfit of his choice. So this is what he chose. I picked this up on the boardwalk while I was walking over. I got my Hawaiian shirt. So let's go, Pat. Hey.
Just to get it straight, Pat did not say that you had to put this on, right? This was an added.
This was an add-on just for support for him, and so he could see me as I make my way through the rail and all over the place. So that's just an added touch for me.
Do you think it's been motivating Pat a little bit to look over on the rail?
Yeah. He's rocking out. He's about 160K right now, so I think it's working so far. Let's keep it going.
You gonna wear it every day?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not gonna change anything. So I'm gonna rock this whole outfit until he, wins the 11 mil, of course.
It's fantastic. We look forward to the rest of the main featuring you and Pat. Guys.
Go Pat.
Definitely not OSHA approved there. Jeff Platt's working conditions definitely looking a bit dangerous out there. I do love the fact, Donnie, that the outfit that was picked for him to wear, the Hawaiian shirt, looks incredibly inconspicuous. I've seen way worse outfits chosen when players have lost prop bets in the past.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is one of the great things about the main event. Kind of the wackiness of it all, and I say that with all the love and respect in my heart, but you get some wackiness in there, and it's great, right?
I love it. I absolutely
People
love it.
know that if you come to play the main event, yes, it's obviously the biggest poker tournament in the world, but they also know it's the biggest stage for poker in the world, so they show out.
It's the big show. I mean, Donnie, way back when, one of our good close friends, Gary Gates, he lost a real prop bet for the main event. Please tell the story.
Yeah, I believe he lost Guitar Hero to Evelyn Ng, and then he showed up the next day, this was at the Rio, dressed as Caesar, and had to fan her with like giant palm leaves while she played the main event. And I believe also fed her grapes.
Yes, he fed her grapes.
Yeah, I mean, that was...
Yep.
I'm gonna dress up for the main event one time.
You should.
I will.
But at least make it sort of prop bet induced, so there's a good story attached.
I'm just gonna do it for shits.
Do you have any power ranking of outfits that you might consider?
I'm not gonna say because it's just gonna be a surprise. Maybe you won't even know it's me.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
Like
that was like Phil Locke.
Phil Locke.
Yeah.
Old man coffee. Perez and Lynskey going head to head here.
You got over 150?
It's not been Lynskey's day.
160.
2018 main event finalist.
Not bad.
Gets to take down a small one here.
2.
Faraz, when did you play the main event for the first time?
I've
pay a
been
lot for that.
playing the World Series every year since I've been 21.
Wow.
And I'm 38 now. I never missed a day of the World Series until last year.
Water, please.
When I was bedridden for 3 weeks due to a herniated disc and excruciating nerve pain. I missed the first half of the series. Thought I wasn't going to make it. I was signed up for surgery.
I get you. Anybody else?
Found myself on the floor 2 days before surgery in level 9, 10 nerve pain. Had to call 911. Paramedics showed up, blasted me with ketamine.
Thank you very much.
And I actually, it actually blasted away all the nerve pain.
Wow.
And I ended up not needing to do surgery, recovered through PT, and a couple weeks later I was there at the World Series. Made a deep run in the main, got like 219th, busted in a spot I was unhappy with. 3 days later, won my first bracelet in the shootout.
That's crazy.
So literally last year was like, yeah, from like rock bottom to one of my best WSOPs.
That's crazy.
Ironically, I've done ketamine 3 times, and today was the 3rd time I've ever done it.
Wow.
I had a session earlier today. I've actually, this whole summer's been great. I've been managing my nerve back stuff really well. I have a great PT routine. Been very proactive about it, but this last week, all of a sudden, it started getting nerve pain. So that kind of sucks timing-wise. So I had a full day off today, went to the ketamine clinic, and literally just sobering up like over the last few hours. So I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to analyze hands in here today.
I bubbled to 250.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
What an incredible story.
It was not on my radar that ketamine could help for my situation. Even my surgeon was shocked. It's normally for mental health, but I did a bunch of research, and basically ketamine disconnects the neural pathways from the brain to the rest of the body, So that
you look
allowed
great.
the nerves to relax, reset, and there's evidence and research in mice that it repairs damaged nerves and also creates new ones.
Funny thing is, we're friends.
So I'm a huge,
But,
huge
like,
proponent
I just-
now.
I just get in that mode
really
of-
amazing drug. I think we're going to see it
I'm
kind of blow
competitive,
up over these next 10 years.
I mean,
It's just fun to poke at.
I was just
Yeah, let me know the
winning
next time
every
you're
pot,
going.
Just, you know.
But yeah, that is wild.
I went to Clarity Clinic here in Las Vegas earlier today. Had a really awesome experience.
I know, my image is ruined forever.
Something else.
I've had a lot of people message
My
me
image
since
is
my
completely
experience
ruined.
that they are also struggling
I don't
with
think
back
I-
issues
I
and
don't think I
herniated
ever have to
disc,
bluff
and it's a
again.
really
It went
common
four
issue
ways.
that
Yeah,
you don't know a
no
lot of
one
people are
went
struggling
forward.
with.
Just went perfect.
How is
Went
it sitting at a
four
poker
ways.
table
They all
for
drew, and then you
sometimes
just-
12
And I said
hours?
to Negrano, I
I
said, "This is one of the
have
greatest
to
things I've ever
exercise
seen."
on
He's
my
like, "What do you-
breaks.
what do you
Yeah,
have,
like
queen?"
it's good, like you
Oh,
should do it
ace,
anyways, but I
queen,
have to. If
queen,
I don't do
jack.
it now, I'll be in pain by the end of the day. So
I
I'm
raised
proud of
under the
myself
gun,
that
too.
I've been able to do it and not had too
The
many.
funny thing is that, you
I
know,
had
the
like
helmet
problems
thing, they
like
didn't
2 or
show
3
my
times
hand.
this
I
summer,
had
but I was
ace
just
five.
super
I had a
proactive
pair
and
of
killed it
fives,
right
which is even
away.
better if they showed my
This was
hand.
the first week where
I
it
said I
hasn't
had
gone
five,
away.
but I had ace five suited.
But I'm actually feeling
Makes
really
you
good after the ketamine treatment today. Knock on wood. Let's see how I feel, in the next
I
few
bubbled
days.
that tournament. You know.
What about the
Very
decision to
frustrating.
play
Yeah,
day
tournaments
1A
suck. Silly.
out of the 4 starting places?
So I
Silly
used to
style
always.
poker.
I decided I'm just gonna always
Yeah.
play day one because then when I don't, I get really anxious. Like I just want to
I'll tell
know
you
like
this, my whole
what's going
career
on the next
playing-
couple weeks.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, am I in or I'm
This was
doing
the first summer I
the
realized
the bust out
variance is
tournaments.
very high.
That's part of it, but
Very
the other part of it
You know,
is
could-
I
you lose
actually
one big pot.
I do a thing every year. I
It could be
started
$1
3
million
years ago.
swing.
I write down
What?
every single hand I play on day 1A. And then I email it out to my newsletter.
Doesn't believe in coaching.
Well, you play-
If you want to
you-
get that,
your
I did
whole
it this
game is
year.
head
Just go to
up. For so many years, head up, the better players are
jaka.poker/all
gonna win a lot.
hands,
In these
and you'll
tournaments,
literally get
you
it
could go on a
emailed
bad
to you
run for
instantly
30
right
days.
now. So that's part of it because I do a lesson the next
you, you can
morning
go on a
where I
bad run.
review
You
all
have
the
to have a
hands.
pretty high win rate
And
for
literally
that.
my students who are playing the main on day 1B,
Unless
C,
you're the
G,
top
they show up
1%
at
in
10
the
a.m.,
fields,
they
it's
watch
hard
it,
to
and they
win
use
because
it to
There's
kind
a
of get
pretty
in the
high
zone
win
and
rate.
get that
So
mental
really,
exercise
basically
going
never
into the
have
main
bets on
themselves.
I like it.
Yep.
Especially
Jaka.poker/all hands.
You know, the skill level is so close
Right.
that you're going to have to get into a hand where you have tens and they have ace jack. You got to win. You know?
Come on.
Yeah, I don't like that variance. I just play tournaments with 8,000 runners.
Yeah. I mean, literally, my whole career was playing head up.
Swinging on out to our outer table, arguably one of the toughest tables in the room, and Koray Aldemir, every time we check in on him, he seemingly has the best hand on.
Yeah, he opened here to 1100. Pelage, Lockerfeld, and Shushan all called. Shushan calling out of the big blind. Action was checked around on the flop. On the turn, Shushan led 2100. Aldemir raised. Shushan called, and then here we are on the river. 2 pair for Aldemir. Action was checked to him. 17,800 out there. I feel like every hand at this table is like a 20K pot.
Sometimes you get sat at those tables and you're like, I'm going to end up being chip leader or bust today.
Yep, yep.
That's why you can't be scared to bust because those are good tables to be at.
Definitely. 13,800. Shushan now.
Aldemir has been on the receiving end of some good hands, and right now looking to extract some value from his opponent. How do you like his sizing here for us?
I actually kind of missed the action here.
Yeah, so well, on the turn it was Shushan led out. Action was checked around on the flop. Aldemir was the pre-flop raiser. Shushan led the turn, got raised, then called, and then check here. Pot was 17-8, I believe, so 13-8 to 17-8.
So you raise turn. He's in the big block. I mean, I could have went even a little bit bigger here. I feel like when you raise turn, people get pretty suspicious. Yeah, I mean, I think anything like 70% to 120% pot would be good. I mean, he's never going to fold the 2-pair. So, you know, it works. The sizing works against ace-9, but, you know, in the event he has ace-7, ace-deuce, ace-10, you're just always getting called, even when you bet bigger. And, yeah, people get suspicious when you take lines that are kind of annoying. So, yeah, I personally would have went a little bigger there.
Koray Aldemir raking in a nice one here, up to almost 90,000 chips here on day 1B of the main event. Look at that beautiful Las Vegas Strip. Let me remind you that you've watched the best. Now learn from the best with PokerGo's newest VIP subscription plan that includes access to over 100 training videos from the elite team at Run It Once. Elevate your game through teachings by Phil Galfond, Jason Kuhn, Daniel Jungleman Cates, and much more. Plus, get a merch credit to the PokerGo shop for a limited time. Get your PokerGo VIP subscription at PokerGo.com.
So I just want to say, you know, I've played every tournament under the sun all over the world, and I've been deep twice in the main event, 333 and 219, and there is literally nothing else close to it. It's so freaking fun. And yeah, just like the nature of, you know, the unique players that show up and how excited they are, everyone's stories. Like, I met a guy who saved up, you know, coins at the bar and tips for like 7 years to buy in. Someone else who got a wedding gift, and it's just amazing the people that this brings in. You know, I have a lot of friends in business that I didn't even know knew how to play poker, and they're messaging me like, yeah, like my goal is I'm gonna start playing the main event like soon, you know, like once my company makes its exit. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, it's wild. I've never had the pleasure of playing in this wonderful tournament, but I've always said that once I play it once, I'm probably always going to want to play it.
Yeah. It's easy to sell action in this thing, man. Not only do everyone want to play it, everyone wants a piece too.
Oh, yeah. Got some three-way action here. Guang Chen raising it up to 1,200. Getting calls from both Lagerfeld and Shushan. Ace 10-7, 2 clubs. Lagerfeld smashes this one, hitting a set. Guang Chen from China. Besides being a poker professional, Guang Chen also a tournament director in Macau.
Okay.
If we need a ruling, Donnie?
Yeah, he can just issue it right
We
there.
don't-
We don't even need to call the floor. Very, very small here from Lagerfeld.
Bucket hat, Donnie, it's in fashion. Happy to see him represent.
Of course.
Yeah, and your sets you can do some really small bets with because they just don't need any protection. And if you suck in a hand, you know, if you suck into 9s or 8s, like, they're just so far behind.
He sucked in 2 3s here, and
yeah,
Guang Chen better hope a 3 doesn't peel off.
It's like even generally on flopsy betting when there's spots where you could have two different sizings, very often the sets are using, you want to use the smaller sizings. Whereas your ace king and things that need protection that are ahead, those ones will use the bigger sizings.
Guang Chen checks once again. Now here comes the bigger sizing.
Wow. We go from the smallest size to one of the largest sizes, coming in with the overbet here, 8,200. Guang Chen with the easy fold on the turn, and this one goes to the Netherlands.
I like his sizings there. He's going to totally balance that with his draws.
Moving back on over to our main feature table. If you're just tuning in, we have Andre Akkari, Jared Bleznick, Alex Lynskey headlining this table. But, or should I say, We have Mr. Dwyer headlining the feature table. It's been a good bit of action here with a little over a level left in the day. Bleznick running low here.
I had you beat.
Thank you.
Yeah, he peaked at around 80,000 on the first feature table that we had up here. But since then has been going in the wrong direction. He did bluff off a bunch of chips right before that table broke. And then it's kind of been a slow slide the other direction.
You know, something I'll add on to that theme of different people playing the main event. Something I suggest to a lot of people that they just never even thought of doing is to sell some action. You know, you win a 10K seed and you only have a 20, 30K bankroll or even less than that. Like, being able to pocket half of that and use that for more tournaments is a big deal. The way I like,
there's so many satellite winners for this event, you know. So
So the way I like to think about it is pretend that 10K was cash.
Yep.
And would you play in this buy-in? Like, probably not, right? If you only had 30K buy-in, you're probably not putting 10K in. So, you know, and hey, you know, you win first place, instead of 10 mil, you get 5 mil. It's probably still pretty life-changing for you. So usually I suggest that to people and they're like, oh yeah, I just didn't even think of that. I didn't think who to sell to. It's like, just start asking all your friends, your coworkers. Like, once they start seeing the updates all over the world, like, people want a piece.
Yeah, I
My
mean,
career
this
is
event
ruined.
more than any other event, it's
my whole career
basically
is
you can just
completely
fire
ruined.
something out on Twitter and you're probably
I
just
literally
selling
get called
action. I mean,
by
that's
the
just how it is.
Well,
People
plus what
are
happened is
just
you
fiending
told
to
everybody
come
you
to
haven't
buy.
fought
They want the
full house,
sweat,
or
you
haven't
know.
made a full house in 33 days.
I mean, especially if you're anyone
ruined.
who's doing a
gotta
little bit
play
of
against
work
the guy
and
that's
studying
done
and
that.
people seeing you're putting that effort, then
That's poker 101. Check.
Bleznick complaining about his career being ruined. I wonder what that's in reference to.
Well, it might still be the ace-king hand.
Yeah, maybe it is.
This is still steaming over there about it.
Well-
Someone get this guy a box of cards.
It could get even worse here as Kowak turns a better queen. Bleznick with queen 10 could be in a bit of trouble.
And we still don't know what Valley has.
I think I would have played all three of these hands differently. King, queen, king 10 suited, and ace 5. I would have 3-bet the king, queen. I would have squeezed the king 10 suited, and I would have folded the ace 5 off. First the Bleznick open raise.
Well, Dwyer is going to fire. That seems to be his MO. Bleznick with queen 10. Looking at Dwyer, but what he really should be looking at is Kowak, who is behind him with the better queen. Bleznick makes the call. Action on Kowak. Akkari gets out of the way.
Out of respect for that bet.
More than for Blez's raise. Hey, he got 2 more callers than you did.
Dwyer's got the jokes. He's got the game. Jack of spades completes the board. Kowak gets the check mark.
Queen.
Nobody has quads.
King, queen.
Oh, are these graphics right?
They're both nice hands.
King Queen is the best here. Dwyer and Bleznick toss their hands into the muck.
I can't believe Andre doesn't put a chip in on 8-8 deuce.
Bleznick not
Thinking
happy.
the same thing.
He didn't have
That's your
it.
flop.
I had it that time.
Bleznick with a shake of the head there.
You know, I'll talk a little strategy on having hands like ace queen off and king queen off from earlier position. I know that was cut off, so I actually don't mind the flat that much there, but when someone raises from under the gun 1 and you're in the low jack with something like king queen off, ace queen off, you really want to 3-bet those hands. And it's a little counterintuitive because you're probably thinking, well, if they go over the top, I have to fold this. But the reason you want to 3-bet those offsuit hands is they don't play well multi-way. And if you call from early, there's so many people behind you, it's going to go call, 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 or some might squeeze, and you just can't continue anymore. So early versus early, you do less flatting and a lot of 3-betting just to kick people out. Whereas when you have those ace queens and king queen offs from cutoff, like he did, it's much more reasonable to mix flaps and calls. Now the suited combos, the ace queen suited, king queen suited, those are fine to play as more flats, even in early position. They'll play fine 3-4 ways.
You know, in the main event, at least from what we've seen this year specifically, we've seen a lot of multi-way action. You know, it's kind of, you might go into this thing like, oh, it's the biggest tournament in the world, 10K buy-in, it's going to be a lot of heads-up pots. There's been a lot of 3, 4, 5-way pots that have been happening.
So you know, people don't do what I just suggested intuitively, and the reason is they want to keep pots small and see if they hit the flop and then start jamming money into the flop. But there's 2 problems with that. One, that's what everyone's trying to do. So it's not going to give you much of an edge. It's going to be obvious that you're doing that and you're not going to get paid as much. And the biggest problem is you're going to get into 4, 5, 6 ways pots. It's hard to realize equity. It's hard to win 4, 5, 6 ways pots. You don't want to be in those. When you have an edge, an advantage, you want to bloat the pot and get heads up. Ideally in position. Same for out of position. People don't 3-bet enough out of position. Similar logic. I want to keep the pot small, protect my tournament life. But there's actually, we all know that being in position gives the in position player an advantage. But the deeper the stacks, the more advantage the in position player has. So you're really incentivized to 3-bet a lot out of the blinds to lower the stack to pot ratio and bloat the pots. That actually takes away the in position player's advantage. So that's something a lot of people don't intuitively think of, but once they hear it, they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
Let's say you're playing one of the best players in the world, heads up. Let's say you're playing Phil Ivey, heads up. 1,000 big blinds deep, he's going to have a huge edge on you. 10 big blinds deep, he's not going to have a huge edge on you, right? You flop a pair or draw, like you're going with it.
Meanwhile, in a lot of ways, you want to increase that variance, you know, like when the money goes in. Because Phil Ivey, 200 big blinds deep, is probably always going to outplay you. You know, if you're, 10 big blinds deep, it's much harder for him to have that maneuverability.
Yeah. So when you're 3-betting against any player, you're taking away their edge when you're out of position and they're in position.
Meanwhile, Dwyer involved again, betting 7.5K on the river into Smith, who flopped a set.
Yeah, and Smith came with a check raise here on the river. This was check on the turn.
I don't think Faraz is going to be too proud of that one. Go on, just one. Just one.
You're all good, Michael.
I had in bed.
Dwyer still working on 81,000, which is above starting by a healthy amount and still very deep. So,
well, the name of the game for Dwyer has been playing lots of hands, getting very aggressive, and then every now and then he hits it hard, wins some chips, but he's also been in some less favorable situations tonight. If you're joining us on YouTube or Twitch or PokerGO, please let us know where you're tuned in from. Always love to hear where our crowd is currently situated. And don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to our channel. We have daily highlights every morning from the previous night. So in case you missed any of the action, that's also going to be there, as Jared Bleznick is setting a new all-time record for nose blowing at the feature table. I think he's up to about 20 whiffs there. You should have taken him to the ketamine clinic. Would have disconnected his mind and body and gotten him back into a better place.
Reset his nasal cavities.
Yeah, exactly.
12.
Akkari with Jack 10 off, raising to 1,200. People just seem eager to play. People just want to get involved. Nobody wants to sit on their hands.
36.
Oh, 36. 36. That sounds more like it. I was going to say. We've had a lot of practice 3-betting here. We've got the sizes down.
Yeah.
These King X suited hands make for good 3-bet bluffs. it's a little bit on the looser side with king 3 suited, but exploitatively, if you think the person's going to overfold or they're opening too wide, then it's super reasonable. But otherwise, standardly, you might use like a king 6 suited, a king 8 suited here.
Akkari not wanting to continue there with the jack 10 off, out of position. Spear in control of this table, but no longer the big stack, as Kowalk is now up to 170K. Donnie, what's the deal with all these big stacks?
I mean, the chips have been flying, man. We saw it yesterday. We're seeing it again today. People can just build in this thing.
Yeah.
Is that Bernie?
Louis.
You know, you're playing really deep stack poker, and a lot of people aren't used to playing this deep.
I got the money.
He's got the money.
No, but I have it.
Kowalk here comes in with the
You
raise.
change or no?
I do, but you're
Losing every hand.
Bleznick complaining to the
Oh.
rail. He's losing every hand. Love the fact that these players are mic'd up.
I mean, he is losing every hand. He's not lying.
Ryder could have done well in it. 50.
I like when all the players are mic'd up. Yesterday it was just me and Joseph mic'd up, and I watched some of the stream. It looks like I'm just talking to myself the whole time.
So you're saying you weren't talking to yourself?
We're going to blame it on the ketamine.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Blame it on the cat.
Action checks around here on the ace deuce, 9 on the turn. So Lynskey improves to the best hand, 2 pair for him. Kowalk gonna try a bet here, 1600. That gets Perez out of the way.
Was it a little set of 8s or
something like that. I flopped a set of 7s.
Lynskey comes along.
time, not
4 on the river. That would have filled up Perez over there.
Pretty
Thought it
perfect
was
run out for him.
kind of a big blind.
Check, and Lynskey's gonna take this
Thinking
one.
it must have been 7.
Faraz, how do you approach opening raise sizes,
It was a perfect
especially
river.
early when you're so deep?
Yeah. Generally just like 35 big blinds and under, generally min raising. Once you're kind of in that next tier, you know, 2.2xing. Once you're over 60 bigs, start 2.5xing. You can kind of just stick to that. A nice formula for when there's limpers is 3x plus 1x per limper.
I don't know about
X
any,
is the big blind. Yeah, plus 1 more X if you're out of position. That's a general formula that will work pretty well for you.
That'll be
Hope you guys are writing this down.
Yeah, that's a good one to write down. I'll say one more time. 3x plus 1x per limper plus 1x if you're out of position. That will get you pretty close to the right raise size. And it also works for 3-bet sizing as well.
Maybe I'll teach Ty how people.
And if the stacks are super shallow, you might change that base to 2.5x. If the stacks are super deep, you might change that base to 3.5 or even 4x. Now, let's say you end up at a table where people are calling way too much. Then I'm going to add a big blind to my open size and tighten up a little bit. So if everyone's calling, I'm going to start opening 3x and just opening a slightly tighter range.
I'm losing. I'm so upset.
All right, we got a potential hand brewing here. Jack 4 rolls off the deck. Not the flop that Smith or Bleznick were looking for. Spear here with pocket aces.
So upset.
Smith does call in position here. 9 of hearts on the turn.
All tournament dealers hit the main event, finish the hand you're on. 20-minute break, players. 20-minute break. In the
Guess
main
what?
event.
Players are going on a break, but not us. Technology working in our favor, doing a bit of time travel. So after this break, we'll skip right through it and continue the action.
This is some good ketamine. Time traveling.
We got the strong stuff here.
I went pretty big dose today. 80 milligrams.
Wow. You're really selling me on this stuff. There's no no addictive properties to be concerned about? By the way, action here.
So I take it, I win.
Check down, and the aces for Spear are going to win it as he continues to expand his stack. And look at this, people. Look at this. We got to move off the Aldemir table, so we're going to get some fresh blood on this table. Aldemir has been doing extremely well here on day one.
Yes.
Good to see him continue to rake in chips as the players are making their way to the exit. One level remaining, 2 hours of play left. By the way, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're going to stay with you here. We're going to skip through this break and deliver you the goods for 2 more hours of play. All right, look at this. We are filling the tables back up really quickly. Day 1B continues here. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. And special guest tonight, Faraz Jaka, here to answer your questions. Talk about his poker career. And perhaps you'll learn a thing or two if you listen carefully. We've still got Jared Bleznick, Andre Akkari, Alex Lynskey at our feature table. But we have some fresh blood here at table number 2. Curious to see who we went with here. And there he is, Mr. JRB himself, winner of 1 World Series of Poker bracelet. More on that from Donnie in just a bit. I wonder if he brought his own wine, which he often does. JRB, of course, a legend of the main event. He was featured in our top 100 hands from the World Series of Poker, I believe twice. Definitely one of those characters that we hope to feature in the next couple of hands. Donnie, you spent a lot of time with JRB back in the day.
I have?
Well, didn't that final table go till 7 in the morning?
Believe it was 2008. Limit Hold'em shootout.
Is it when I'm at
JRB versus Matt Graham heads up. JRB had, I believe, an 11-1 chip lead, 10-1 chip lead, something like that, and blew it. But years later, got his first bracelet in 2018. Probably in a game you wouldn't expect JRB to get a bracelet in. Like, if you expect JRB to get a bracelet, probably some sort of mixed game, right? Maybe like the 10K horse, something like that. Nope. 5K, no limit hold'em 6 max. That's a bracelet that Faraz would win, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. Well, like Faraz Jaka to me is well, especially when I covered you back in the day, which, you know, at this point you and I even go back 15 years, it feels like. You were like the more polished version of Michael Mizrachi.
Yeah, I had a pretty crazy aggro game, and I mean I still play pretty aggro, but yeah, I mean I was like full pedal to the metal like for the first 7-8 years of my career.
I remember that. Always big stacks or early departures.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, just the game evolved, and once all these learning tools come out and training videos, is now people have better fundamentals, and when people have good fundamentals, you can't just run them over with raw aggression and being talented. And I probably had like a couple years lag where, you know, I started realizing that, hey, if I don't adapt my game, like, I'm not going to keep up.
Good.
So, yeah, you know, you just, like any industry, you can't just be static. You got to kind of stay ahead of the curve. And
do you feel like players play against you a certain way because you might have this, they might have an idea of how you play, or that maybe they saw you on TV years ago, or they saw you blasting off? Like,
totally. Yeah, absolutely. I get both directions, right? So I get players that are so intimidated of me, they're just staying out of the way. I could bet whatever size I want. They're never going to raise it. They're always, and then I get other players that they it's exciting for them to try to battle me, and it's like a competitive, like fun thing for them. And then I get other players who it's kind of like an ego where they're like, I'm not going to let this pro push me around. So, you know, I've played against all different types, and yeah, I'm always on my toes just, you know, boxing these guys.
Quick glance there at the chip counts. You just saw them on your screen. Kowalk and Spear in command here at this table. Andre Akkari sort of quietly doing business. His stack fluctuating a couple thousand up and down. Alex Lynskey still looking for some help here in the final level of the night. Jared Bleznick has had a rough go at it ever since getting moved to the feature table. Miguel in the chat says, I met JRP at Aria when it was Ivy's room. A very nice guy to meet. Yeah, always a class act. Has featured, of course, a lot in high stakes poker as well. So you can watch him play. Getting beat up quite a few times on high stakes poker, unfortunately for him. Peter Donato asking, Jamie Gold out yet? No, he's playing tomorrow. I spoke to Jamie. He might join us for some commentary later at the World Series of Poker. He's playing on day 1C. I saw a comment earlier as well from people saying, why aren't you showing more celebrities? Well, Donnie, we've been scouring the field. Day 1B, not a high density of superstar names.
Yeah, it's been few and far between. I mean, we had Josh Arya, for example. He busted out. We did show you Greg Raymer earlier. We saw Koray Aldemir. We got a pretty good table here. You know, we have Lynskey, we got Akkari, we got Bleznick now. Seidel was on the feature table earlier alongside Bleznick, but that table broke. So, yeah, I feel like everyone's at Big Hunie's party, and they're just not playing on the 4th. So, yeah.
There was a theory before that July 4th was the toughest day because that's when all the Euros play.
I mean, today did look tough, you know, going out there. Yesterday, I felt like the action that we saw yesterday seems like the best day to play. I mean, I don't know. There was some wild hands that we saw yesterday. One on your table, the gentleman to your right got it in with the King 10, smashed that queen on the turn up against the trip.
Every like for the first 4 or 5 years, I tried to figure out what was the best day to play the main event. And looking back, like every single time, it's like random. And I think every day is just so damn good that you should just play what's best for your schedule.
Yeah.
Like, do you want the days off? Do you want to be there less days? And just go based on that. Every day is really good.
Yeah, and some of it's random. You can draw a really tough table. You could draw the easiest table in the room. You never know. That is completely out of your control. You could show up at your table, you got 4 pros, and you're just like, what the heck is this?
Got an overpair here for Lynskey on the turn. He's up against João Vale from Brazil, who has a pair and an inside straight draw. Getting some announcements over the speaker system here. Donnie, you have to tell the story of the announcement you heard. I can't recall what day it was, but I think you were playing some event. The funniest announcement I've ever heard. But
Day 2 of Colossus.
Please put a pin in that, and let's pick that back up after this hand as the third 3 hits on the river. Lynskey makes a full house. So does Valley. Let's see if he can extract some value.
Now 6-5 didn't pick up anything too interesting here, but this is why it's so important deep stack to mix in small suited connectors so you have board coverage. Whereas when you're shallow stack, it's not as important. But when you're deep stack, you know, you got to be prepared to play a raise on any streets, like 3 big streets of action.
Wow, and there goes Lynskey, moving all in for 16-5.
16-5.
It's so pretty small, about half pot. Oh, there was a pot size shove. I see.
Yeah, pot size shove, yeah.
This allows me to mention one of my favorite things in poker, Zebo's theorem. No one ever folds a full house. I just, whenever I can bring it up, I'm going to bring it up. Okay.
I like that. Now, of course, Valley thinking to himself, what kind of spades can I assign to Lynskey that he would do this with?
And he's also wondering, at the same time, what kind of pairs does he flat pre-flop off this stack size? So this is where understanding pre-flop ranges really helps. So 22K pre-flop, just under 40 bigs, which means he does have, you know, 7s, 8s, like all these different pairs he's going to be flatting pre-flop.
Yeah, well done by Valley, saving himself some money. Donnie, you texted the group that we are in with an announcement that was so funny that I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it was day 2 of the Colossus. We're getting ready to start. You know, everyone's at their tables. They hop on the microphone and they're like, I need everyone to look at their tables for a bag with no player, but it can't have a name on it. There's a gentleman here who doesn't know his name. Yeah, I don't exactly know how that came about, but a gentleman, I guess, made day 2 of Colossus, didn't have his paperwork, didn't know his table number. It didn't sound like he wrote his name on the bag, but he also, I guess, didn't know his name. Maybe maybe he had a little too much ketamine. You know, going back to that. I mean, I really have no idea what was happening.
Things were very clear for me on ketamine.
Yeah, no. Then so they're like, okay, everyone look around. Then they come back on like 5 or 10 minutes later. They're like, okay, we're just basically gonna have this gentleman walk around the room and like look at chip stacks. I was like, and then we start playing. And my table broke and I had to move. And this was maybe an hour and a half into the day.
35.
And I walked by the gentleman who was following a floor around. And it clearly looked like he was probably under the influence of something or whatever. And I was like, man.
I mean, over the years, Donnie, we have seen it we've literally seen all of it, but someone forgetting their own name is probably at the top of the list. Bleznick here, who has not won a hand since moving to the feature table, 3-betting with ace-8 of diamonds. Smith came in with the raise with pocket 3s. Now Dwyer, who is also not a big fan of pushing those 2 cards towards the dealer.
Yeah, looks interested here. Just going to get out of the way.
Just under 30 plus?
I didn't get to answer your question earlier where you asked if ketamine's addictive. So in general, I'd say if you're doing it in a clinic, it's a very low chance of addiction. You know, they're dosing you, they're picking your frequency. You know, the place I went today, their goal is to try to make the sessions you come back like as long as possible before the next one. You know, if you're doing it recreational use, then maybe a little bit higher chance of abuse for sure. People are using it for different things. I mean, it's most commonly used for, you know, mental health, which I could definitely see why it's amazing for mental health. The same way I said it kind of reset things for my physical neurons. You know, when you're depressed or you're just really stressed out, have a lot of anxiety, a lot of times you start carrying yourself a certain way. I'm guilty of this too, we all are, and it just is able to break those patterns and kind of reset you. And then there's kind of a therapy aspect to it where they work with you to like, what are you trying to get better at, and try to hold you accountable in between, so that you don't have to just rely on ketamine, you actually are getting better and taking advantage of this reset.
Very interesting information, Faraz. For those that have missed the earlier story, skip back in our live stream where Faraz talks at length about using that treatment for serious nerve issues in his back.
Yeah, and for me, you know, I'm not going to do ketamine and just keep doing ketamine to fix my back. It's like I got to work out, I got to go to the gym, I got to do my PT routine, and I got to crush that, you know, day in, day out. Like that's what's going to keep me better.
I mean, day 7 of the main event, though. You know, you gotta get locked in. You gotta get focused. You never know. Might give you the edge. I will say though, you know, sort of quote unquote growing up in online poker, a lot of the friends that I had in the beginning that were playing, you know, Adderall was so incredibly common for poker players. They would play these incredibly long sessions.
Yeah.
And I do feel as though, you know, in jest, joking a little bit, that has largely been replaced with kale smoothies. And I feel like a lot of players have gym routines these days, because back when I started playing in 05, 06, 07, when, you know, we were doing these all-nighter sessions, it wasn't approached in the same sort of seriousness that poker is now.
Totally. I mean, I think, you know, the world in general has taken health a lot more serious, and also the game of poker has gotten a lot tougher, and you just have to fight for every edge now. Dude, I remember like being hammered like at 21, like throwing up at the pool, and then the next day like chip leading the 5K WSOP event. Like, just like, you could just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, young and invincible and getting some positive reinforcement for bad behavior, but hey, you know, you got to have fun in your 20s.
Well, these guys are having fun at the table as well.
Bleznick, I don't think he's having any fun.
No. Bleznick made it 1,500. He got a call from Akkari, got a call from Dwyer, and then Spear coming in with the 3-bet. 8,500 from the big blind. I mean, they really got his number. And Bleznick is no longer going to take it. He moves all in for 29K.
It's an interesting spot for Bleznick. I mean, I know we can see that they have the same hand, but this looks like such a squeeze spot from the guy who's basically been the table captain, right? He's the big stack. He's been applying pressure a lot. And Bleznick ultimately decides to go with it with the ace-queen off.
I was right.
How much is it? 29.7.
Yeah, I mean, this is a super reasonable spot. It's, you know, it's on the cusp, and I'd probably, again, someone who's not aggressive, hasn't been squeezing, I'm easily throwing it away, and for someone like this, I could see myself putting it in. You'd expect to be up against, you know, stuff like 9s, 10s, and jacks sometimes, and still, you know, be fine, be flipping.
Wow, look at this. Spear makes the call. We have ace-queen versus ace-queen.
I probably would not have called ace-queen from Spear's perspective. Oh, he has 21K, so he's actually a little bit shorter.
Yeah,
okay.
Spear made it 8.5.
Okay, so he, okay.
Guess like a jack 3-3. Spear has 137K behind, so could easily afford taking this risk here as the board is going to run out dry. This pot is going to get split. Bleznick seems extremely unhappy with the fact that he got called.
Yeah, sorry. So it is 50 bigs deep about. Yeah, I would have folded from.
Wait.
Take it back.
Take that back. Push it back.
50 bigs. Yeah, it's quite a bit to get into ace-queen off.
Donnie, are we watching a man slowly get sick here at the table? Because Bleznick was doing just fine in the first level of play that we showed, and ever since I feel like he's slowly sliding away.
Yeah, I mean, the frequency of the nose blowing is going up, I feel like, every 5 minutes. He was for sure fine. When he was opening those packs of cards, he was just chilling. Like,
got a feel for the guy.
Thank you.
Not winning any hands.
I mean, that's an underrated skill here at the World Series of Poker, is being able to dodge the sickness.
Yeah, you and I can speak to that. I got really sick this summer. And my only thought when I got sick was, am I going to be healthy again by the time the main event starts?
Yeah, it can be rough out here for sure. But again, that goes back to the whole health thing. You know, if you treat yourself right, if you keep yourself pretty healthy, that does play into your immune system, and you can better fight off anything that might come your way.
16.
Okay, I take back what I said. I would call the ace-queen. He was committed. I was brain farting on how deep they were a little bit.
Perez here comes in with the raise, 1,600. Gonna get it through.
Oh, sorry. Checking in with our secondary table. The JRB table, Jean-Robert Berland in the 2-seat. Sitting on 39.6, so it's not been a great day for him so far. I mean, this is JRB's high-stakes poker. I'm down 3 buy-ins kind of look. 42. Head in the hands. Maybe nursing a bit of a headache there. Not looking too great for JRB so far, but 40K, still a very reasonable stack. Got some 3 and 4 bet action here. She, the non-believer, with ace-8.
Yeah, she opened for 1,500. Rodriguez came in with a 3 bet to 42. She came back with a 4 bet to 10-5, and Rodriguez is going to call.
It's a good play from both of them so far. This deep, super reasonable by a hand to 3-bet, good hand to 4-bet, and you want to have some hands like this to peel so you have board coverage this deep.
King 9-4, 2 spades rolls off the deck. Rodriguez looking for some backdoor potential. Let's see if she is going to continue here. She's going to bet 6,000, and Rodriguez quickly lets it go. It's been a good day for Rodriguez so far, up to 172,000 chips.
I think I might have floated that 7-8 suited. You bet what, like a quarter pot?
Yeah, I mean, there's one heart out there. You are connected to that 9.
And
so
you're connected to the 4
yeah,
below.
you can turn a lot of really good cards, and if your opponent has a hand like, let's say, ace-queen or something,
you'll get some check folds.
It's kind of like he can be in a really awkward spot on the turn, so...
He was in position, right? 8-7 suited?
Yeah. No, I'm a bit surprised at that.
It's a common spot. I think people sometimes fold without thinking about it. As he sizes up, you do need to fold, though.
Have to smile.
Great, it's 13.
JRB's in there. Has ace, deuce, off. Action over to graphics are going a little crazy on me.
Yeah, Dan
I'm
Hamari
trying to pay attention.
Looks like Dan Hamari made the call. And Rebouchon came along as well from the big line.
Speaking of a big stack, Rebouchon's got 237,000.
Wow.
Wish they didn't come in on the big blind. Usually I do when they're limited me.
Good.
Yeah, gonna be lucky sometimes.
Dan Hamari, new player here at our secondary table. 102,000 in career tournament earnings. Everybody, of course, trailing Jean-Robert Berlon at this table. Not very much known as a tournament player, JRB. More of a cash game guy. From Long Island, New York, of course. First became well known as the guy on Survivor, broke living JRB.
Well, I remember when he made at least one WSOP circuit final table back in the day. He used to wear the beanie, and he was like the nightclub owner, like turned poker player.
This is the last level.
Yeah, back in 2005, the
Really?
10K Rio circuit event.
There you go.
Finished in 3rd place for 210K. Those old circuit events used to be huge.
Yeah, they used to have 5 and 10K buy-ins. They're massive.
Tinfo and Ludwig going head-to-head here. $10-9-7 on the flop here. Tinfo open-ended. Tinfo continues for 1,600, and that's enough to take it down.
So I have one really funny hand I remember from day 1 main event, maybe 7-8 years ago. Playing with this guy at the table, having a drink or two, kind of like bragging at the table about how he kind of pretends he's drunk and like beats up his home game, or beats up tournaments and his home games. And randomly, like an hour later, or at some point, I suggest to him that he should order an Adios motherfucker. I'm just like, hey, it's a good drink, go get hammered. Then like an hour later, we play a hand where he open limps the button for something like 400, like early in the day. I look down, I have aces in the big blind. I like 4.5 exit, rips it in. I have to like double check my card. cards I call. He has 5 deuce off.
Oh no.
He hadn't done anything like that all day. I think he just wanted to do like one crazy thing against the pro, show the table so they think he's crazy, and then he just ran into the aces.
Did he get there?
No.
Okay.
And I didn't want to be rude, but after he walked away from the table, I was like, adios, motherfucker. It was just too perfect.
All right. That is on that note, we're going to check in with Jeff Platt, who is out in the field. Jeff, who do you got?
All right, we just checked in with Lexi over in the ballroom now with Bob in the event center, but you have a better idea for the name of this room.
Championship room.
Championship room.
Right.
I like it.
They've got the weirdest names, like Province, which is really by the poker room.
It's true.
Right. So
Yeah.
you couldn't just say poker room tournament area or something?
No, I do kind of like Province, but I really like Champions Room, Championship Room, whatever it may be. All right, who has the edge in this lasts longer that I know you all have between Lexi and you?
Yeah, it's non-monetary, but
No,
we have
I'm very well
Who
aware
has
as
the
we've
edge?
discussed throughout the years.
Well, it's obviously her.
Yeah, it's definitely Lexi.
But I got odds.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, I hate to ask what kind of odds you get in a non-monetary.
No, let's just say it's a multiple of fun.
Multiple of fun.
Yeah.
Could be in line for Bob. We'll send you back
Never
for the
know.
action. Appreciate the time. Thank you. More Bob. There it is.
Little check in there with Bob Mather in the field. So many players playing on day 1B. Jeff Platt looking for the stories. And speaking of stories, we might have one on our hand here as Andre Akkari flats with pocket jacks and flops a set. Excuse me, Akkari was the raiser before the flops at 1300. Perez was the one making the call, and so did Lynskey. Action gets checked around here on the turn. We find the 3 of diamonds. Akkari now betting 5,000. Perez did not find anything worth playing. But Lynskey, however, improved on the turn to an open-ended straight draw. Lynskey comes along and makes the call. To the river we go, and it is the 7 of hearts. Lynskey makes a straight. Akkari's set gets crushed. Donnie, Akkari is not going to see this coming.
No, I mean, Lynskey's in the small blind, so, you know, when you get prices out of the blinds, you can play a little bit of a wider range of hands at times. You can get in there with hands like this suited connector, so.
I mean, I think he realizes he has some 5s, but he also still beats a lot of hands that might call him.
No, of course.
Oh, wow.
Wow, look at that.
Wow. Incredible play from Akkari. Checking back the river there. For us, are we going to lose out on a lot of value there under normal circumstances?
I'm probably betting it, unless I have some like extremely strong physical tell. And I'm very confident in my ability to read this player, but I'm generally betting there. You know, you're going to get looked up by sets, 2 pairs. You know, someone could even hero call you with worse sometimes. You know, if you're using a sizing that you might also use with a 5, then it's not like people can just bluff raise you.
I think that was a main event check.
Yeah.
Meaning other tournaments, Akkari might just bet. This tournament.
And that is fair. That is fair because you are going to pass on thinner edges because of how soft this tournament is if you consider yourself one of the players that has a big edge.
You should have seen the bluff earlier.
I'll say that I don't really think this table's soft. I mean, this table seems like certainly one of the tougher ones in the room.
For sure. But you're at the end of the day, and you're going to wait it out till tomorrow and
definitely
have hopefully a better table.
It was written and he showed it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at the beginning of the day of the tough table, you're not going to really get to do. I mean, you can still do some edge passing because it's not that hard to get through the day, but towards the end, definitely a lot more edge passing.
Yeah. YouTube NoTube in the chat says World Series of check.
Yeah.
I've been seeing quite a bit of checking.
I think Akkari knew it. Like the way that he checked, he was like, I can't believe I'm checking this, but I'm checking it.
Because the 5,000.
Huh?
The 5,000 saving.
Yeah. I mean, when you have jacks, it's pretty hard for me to call with him.
10-9-5,
And
two
the-
spades.
The only hand that
Smith
would
with
call the turn was
top pair.
better in the draw.
25.
Yeah, I mean, what they're talking about now is maybe with
Yeah.
the
Only one.
what was the second pair on the board, an 8?
Everything else you would raise.
On the river it was a 7. It's a 7. It was Jack 4, 3, 6, 7.
Okay. So yeah, arguably, you know, a middle set or something could get more value because a
Six on
jack
the
might
river would be good.
call on the river. Yeah.
More World Series of checking. And Smith is going to take this one.
Would you show Jack 10?
Going back to our outer table, Belland involved in a hand again. He's got the check mark and he's got King Queen, betting 12,000 on the river to Dan Hamari. Hamari with 9s, giving it some thought here.
Looks like 2/3 from Belland, 12 into 18. Is Hamari a believer or a non-believer? It's the latter.
Wow. Belland gets maximum value.
Very good.
Okay, the mood might turn now, Donnie.
It looked like it changed right there.
Look at that. Yeah, there's the smile.
Here comes the chatting. Like, here we go. Order some wine, sir. Let's go.
There's an I after the E.
It's so hard not to feel down when you're losing and not to get excited when you're up, and you just have to really try to control that and, you know, focus on if you're making the right plays or not, because it's just going to be a draining roller coaster for 7 to 8 days, and it's hard. You know, you kind of have to train yourself to be like that. And then you have to remember to go out in the real world and be a human and have fun and don't just be a robot your whole life.
1,500. Go.
Desai opens here, ace 8 of clubs. Rebouchon calls in position with a couple of 5s. Belland's in there with inferior clubs, king 10 of clubs. D'Amelio here.
Yeah, these king 10 type of suited hands here make for really good squeeze spots. I've seen several times here people just calling. Calling's fine, but you could certainly squeeze those. You'll get stuff like king jack, king queen, ace jack to fold, which is great.
Yeah, and you can even apply some blocker properties with your king, where you block some of the ace kings, the pocket kings, etc. So, and even if you get called, I mean, it
plays okay.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yep. You get ace 10 to fold. Whereas now you hit a 10, you hit a king, you might not even have the best kicker.
So top set for D'Amelio. He's going to come out and lead this turn. Looks like 26 into 72. Action on Desai, who's got a straight draw. A couple of 5s that could be used to make that straight in the muck from Rebouchon. Belland with a straight draw of his own. Says no thank you.
When I see Rebouchon's name, I just get hungry.
Very true.
Hungry right now.
4 completes the board, 4 clubs to be exact. D'Amelio's 9s. Still, of course, way out in front here. Donnie, Rodriguez's hoodie is so dark that he's almost blending in with the background. Meglio with the double hand bet.
A little bit of an over bet here. Desai gives it up.
This is the Boich. This is the Boich. It's very nice.
And I was talking about that squeeze spot earlier.
Oh, he's got the wine, Donnie. He's got the wine with him. This is classic JRB.
Nice.
We talked about this last night. Some people bring their own bottles. Justin Young likes the good whiskey. JRB likes the nice wine. And he just said it. We missed out on catching the name there, but happy he's enjoying a beverage. If you're enjoying yourself a beverage, please do feel free to let us know in the chat what you're sipping on. We're sticking the water here in the booth. A little bit boring, but hey, we got to hydrate. It's pretty hot in here.
Boring for you guys. I'm still coming down off that ketamine.
Oh shit! We should have come with you before the stream. That would have made for some better analysis.
So yeah, I was talking about the squeeze with the king 10 suited, and earlier in the day I was talking about people not 3-betting the king queen off, ace queen off from earlier position. It's this common theme of people don't want to bloat the pots because they're scared they might have to go home early or go all in. But that is how you chip up. That is how you get big stacks. That is how you win tournaments.
All right, let's check out what's happening around the room. We got our roaming camera trying to pick up on some stuff. Vivian Saliba here on one of the outer tables. She's involved in a hand here. She's got over 600,000 in career earnings at the WSOP. She's going to toss this one in the muck. Hopefully we'll get to see her on one of the feature tables later on during the main event. And Koray Aldemir's table is right behind this table because we see some recognizable players there as beverages are being distributed here on the main table.
Can I have a water as well?
As you can see, and we talked about this last night as well, dealers already anticipating an increased amount of beers being ordered in the final level of play. But somehow, Andre Akkari sticking with perhaps a caffeinated drink. And Donnie, look who we got hiding there under the hoodie.
Hosting Enson 2019 WSOP Main Event. I believe in the foreground here with his head, back of his head there, that's Vladas Tomasauskas.
Oh, wow. He was crushing it at the studio last year.
Yeah.
Tomasauskas reaching for chips. Making the call here for what looks like 8,500.
Looks like ace, queen, 4, 9, and then a 6 comes in there. Tomasauskas has a ton of chips.
And so does Enson.
And so does the gentleman in C1 right here. What,
oh, wow.
What is this table?
I mean, they must have gotten some fresh blood delivered to the table because these guys are all working with multiple starting stacks. Action on Enson here. Let's see what he comes with. Enson reaching. And gets snapped off here. Ace-6 tabled. A set of queens for Tomasauskas. And look at this, Enson with a smile pays it off here. I mean, if you lose against a set, you can do nothing but smile.
I'd be happy you didn't lose more.
Yeah, exactly. Donnie, for the people unfamiliar, Tomasauskas became quite a big name recently. We had him in the studio for quite a few big final tables.
Yeah, last year's Poker Masters, did he make the first 2 final tables, I believe? I think it was 3 out of 4,
yeah.
something like that. He was in the running. I believe he won 2 events. This was all coming off a big score at an EPT Barcelona high roller. So Tomasauskas, Lithuanian, quickly made a pretty big name for himself and is a very, very tough player to battle with.
Yeah, he went 1st, 6th, 1st, back-to-back-to-back events at the Poker Masters and has since been adding tons of caches to his list of results. Not a lot to write home about during the WSOP this summer, but hey, that could all change with one event, this one in particular.
So yeah, speaking of a beer hour, definitely saw a lot of full trays in that last level of the main of beer. And if you're finishing up the main and looking for somewhere to wind down, you go to that Horseshoe Bar or the one in Paris, and you're gonna definitely run into someone you know there, someone from your table or some buddies. Everyone just kind of flocks there because everyone has the day off.
Absolutely, it's perfect. that is one of the things to really keep in mind, is that the main event is such a grind that the added days off should really be used as days off. You should really try to relax a little bit. I feel like people that are visiting Vegas, they bag chips, they go on a little bender, perhaps sleep in the next day, end up at the pool, get a sunburn, and all of a sudden you show up on day 2 and you're feeling worse off than while you were playing on day 1.
Yeah, Ewan, it depends what you're here for, right? I mean, not everyone here is trying to play optimal strategy, and they're just here to gamble. So, yeah, it depends. But, yeah, it just understand why you're here and try to be consistent with your intention. I think if you have 2 days off, then, you know, you could get that day in and you have a day to recover. But don't screw up your sleep schedule too much, because you can't just fix it in 2 days if you're up till like 8, 9 in the morning.
Akkari with 7s is going to come along here as well for 1,500. 3-way action going to the turn. Cole walk with Queen 10, well ahead here. Billy Bob in the chat says, I predict tomorrow we will have known poker pros left and right on the stream. Billy Bob, I'm gonna follow your line of thinking there. I feel like tons and tons of pros are gonna enter on 1C and 1D, since we haven't seen an overwhelming amount on these first 2 starting days. Haven't seen Negreanu, Ivy, or Helmuth. Helmuth already announced he's playing tomorrow.
So he's coming in at 440, and he has an entourage. He listed like 12 people.
Players?
Some are players, yeah. Like Mike Mattisau was in there, Jeff
They're all
Gross
coming
was
at
in
the same
there.
time?
I guess so,
He
yeah.
must be doing an entrance.
He's doing an entrance. Akkari here finds a nice little 7 on the river. Kowal's going to come with the bet here. 3,500 into 10-6, so about 3rd pot here. Akkari with a decision. Obviously has a full house. $15,000 now from Andre Akkari. Valley out of the way. Now action back on Kowak.
Yeah, it's a weird spot because it's literally only repping 7s or like an ace-deuce suited that played really tricky. It's also a spot not many people really bluff either, though.
Yeah, this was raised pre from Valley, and then Kowak called, Akkari called behind. Spear also came along from the big blind. There was a bet from Valley on the flop. Both Kowak and Akkari called. Action was checked around on the turn, and that's what led to this river here. Valley checked, Kowak 3,500. Akkari 15K, Valley out of the way, and now it's on Kowak.
Akkari trying to give some reverse tells over there.
Yeah.
Looking at him, messing with his cards.
You're 30 games.
Yeah, Akkari very experienced, very comfortable. I mean, here you see him kind of go into like this, okay, I'm going to lock it up type of posture.
That hand took literally probably 8.5 minutes. The whole hand.
Kowak ultimately gives it up, and Andre Akkari takes it down. Vamos.
I don't think that had anything to do with the features. It just was a long hand.
Which hand is he complaining about?
This one. He's saying this one.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying when you're in a big spot like that and someone's saying that.
They don't do it for this?
Because you're sitting there trying to figure out if we should call or not.
Don't go for the main yet.
And Akkari's probably sitting there as well, like, don't make this guy do something different. I want him to call.
Yeah.
Well, they'd have to have all clocks on.
I mean, it's one thing to like after the hand, like if you think someone's taking too long to say something, but
I don't know if that's the.
I feel like it's a little out of line because you're kind of influencing the action.
Next year, I'll bet it.
I think you might be right.
If anyone wants to take this,
it's next year or the year after.
I'll bet next
year. What will they be? Pre-flop? How long?
No, the way they do it is they do 30 seconds. You get 6 time banks. I mean, and I don't think anyone playing the hand that slow, but in general is a slow hand. But we should have timing.
Yeah,
I'll take the bet, Jared. But yeah, I mean, he means well, and I understand trying to speed up the game. It is super annoying. People play slow all the time.
The other day, 15 seconds.
The problem with having clocks in an event like this, the event is so large. Like it's just
10 seconds.
You can probably do it like day 4, day 5 when the field narrows.
There's also so many inexperienced players. It would be. I feel like it would not be a nice experience for them. It'd be really uncomfortable.
That hand took 8 minutes.
Easy to learn.
Is that right?
You realize that?
What's the?
I'm small blind.
I'm
small blind.
a player. You don't see me. I'm on the tank for a long time.
It's
just in a weird spot. That's what's throwing me off.
I'm just tired of
That's why.
But that was a big spot. That was a big spot.
I mean, this is also why you have 2-hour levels in this event.
Yeah.
Like it's you're not playing 40-minute levels in the Colossus. You got 2 hours, so. The structure is made with the fact that this is the biggest stage, this is the biggest event. Things are going to take a little bit longer because they are so much more meaningful.
Well, I don't need a lot.
They're going to do it next year.
I think so.
I have inside information.
I'm fine with that.
I have inside information, so I already know.
I would be disappointed to put shot clocks in the main event. I think make it not as fun an experience.
I got a lot for you.
I love shot clocks for all the other events, though. Like it's great.
I mean, I also don't think that they would ever.
That's why.
I don't think you would just go 0 to 100 from not having shot clocks to having shot clocks in the main event without like first trying them, let's say the Colossus or the mini main event. You need to test the waters at that scale first, then they'll introduce them to the main event.
Yeah, or try it deep
You might
like
have
you
the best fold I've ever seen.
Yeah, generally I am a big fan of shot clocks in other events.
I
never really put much thought
But listen, other than that hand, everything's been pretty quick. I mean, I don't really see.
It didn't cross my mind today.
Yeah, I mean, it has nothing's really been too out of line, and I'm sure we would have called it out if we were seeing. And you missed it earlier, but there was a hand very early because Jared was on the feature table.
Every tournament
he starts doing his card breaking with the boxes. He's under the gun. He's got Queen 6 off. He hasn't even looked at his hand, and he spent 3 minutes dumping the cards on the table, doing that whole thing. So if anyone needs a clock, it's this man.
Too much pressure, biggest day of their life.
Yeah, but you're getting 6 time extensions. So you could use them.
90 seconds all day, 10 hours, you get 90 seconds. Thank you. No, and you know something, I played a PKO yesterday and they did 15 seconds, and that wasn't enough because you're trying to do a few calculations in your head.
Listen, my rule of thumb is this: if you're going to put up 10K,
I'll tell you what, the
you should have an idea of what the hell you're going to do.
No. Listen, you're benefiting
not the main event.
Didn't Bleznick tank on the river for like 3 minutes with Ace King?
No, I'm not buying that.
Well, where are they?
I mean, the main event is probably the least most experienced players playing. I mean, it's people having fun throwing in 10K to gamble. Just take a shot.
Yeah, nothing's been too out of line today for sure.
And usually, it's the pros that take the most time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I saw some pros getting shamed on Twitter earlier for taking way too much time, especially in the main event. Come on, Jared, hurry up. Pocket Kings, you know what to do. You've been around the block. Clock.
14.
Okay, 1400.
I'm proud to say I, like you, have never had the clock called on me.
I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but just wait till the hand's over.
I've had the clock called on me probably one time in my whole career.
I was assuming you just probably had no.
I'm not saying I'm the fastest player. I'm just saying
I know.
a lot of people play slow.
I just know you play fast. I play very fast too.
What about at the bubble? Have you ever stretched the bubble a bit?
Yeah.
I've stretched the bubble. I've stretched the bubble, but I play so fast the rest of the time that I've earned up
enough time.
Enough time.
Get that stretch.
People let me do it.
if nothing else alone,
Is it 14?
to stop the tanking towards the money,
I mean,
they get the time banks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Valley comes along from the small blind. Smith in the big also makes the call. I really hope Bleznick gets a really tough decision here and has to think for a long time.
I mean, he thought it for a long time earlier with the ace king.
I know, he did, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought on the river for 2 minutes probably.
7-9-4 here. 2 clubs. Bleznick making sure he doesn't have any of those.
Remember when he tanked at the studio? He used like 10 time extensions and broke open like 7 boxes of cards.
He used all his time extensions to show us sports cards. Oh, the mid hand sneeze. I mean,
I love it. It's great. I mean, it's just great.
3K was the bet from Bleznick. Smith came along. Bleznick a heavy favorite here to pick up some much needed chips. Bleznick continues for 6,000. And that'll get it done. If you're still with us on YouTube, thank you so much for approaching the midnight hour. It's late in Las Vegas. We have a little over an hour of play left here, so we're in the last level of the night. Please don't forget to like this video on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are trying to hit 600,000 subs on the YouTube channel during the main event.
Let's go.
Got to check in on our numbers, see where we're at. I think we're about 14,000 away, 13,000 maybe. There it is.
Nice. Congrats.
Yeah, last year, I believe it was last year when we hit 500K, so 100K a year, not bad.
Did we get one of those like little trophy things?
Yeah, we got the silver plaque when we hit 100,000, and then when you get a million, you get the gold plaque.
Oh, they don't do one for 500?
No, it's not important enough.
We got to get to 1 million.
I know. I mean, I'm telling the people, you got to subscribe. We have 7,000 people watching. I will guarantee you that there are probably at least 1,000 people watching right now that are not subscribed to the YouTube channel. So that's all we ask. Subscribe. That way you get the notifications. We have daily highlights, all sorts of good stuff.
Spear came in with a raise, 1,300. Valley called in position. Spear flops top pair with his 10-9. Valley does have the 7 of diamonds in his hand. 2 diamonds out there. And this is cutoff versus button. 2K is the bet and call from Valley. 4 of hearts on the turn.
And you're noticing a lot of players by standard are betting in this late position versus late position situation when they're out of position, whereas you really should be doing a lot of checking. So I think what ends up happening is people bet their good stuff like this too much, and when they check, they have a weak range, and they end up check folding a lot. So yeah, just consider doing a decent amount of checking when you're late position out of position.
Bring me those guitars. I loved it. This is a little bit of a late night action here. Take your game to the next level with official merch from the PokerGO shop. Shop hoodies, shirts, hats, and more from your favorite poker shows, such as High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future. Plus, get official PokerGO and PhD apparel. It is all available right now at shop.pokergo.com. Or if you're at the World Series of Poker, come to our merch booth, try on the shirts and hoodies, pick out something nice for you, for your significant other, maybe for your dad, your mom. We have everything. I personally am a big fan of the white No Gamble, No Future crew neck. That's one of my favorites.
Bleznick with the raise under the gun. 2 blows of his nose as Lynskey calls out of the big blind.
12.
He's considering a check raise here. He's got the jack with the backdoor diamonds. Just calls.
Call.
Well, we got one backdoor diamond. 8 of diamonds here on the turn. Bleznick checks back. 5 of diamonds, slides in on the river. Lynskey backs into a jack-high flush.
River has been kind to Lynskey in this level earlier. He made a straight versus Akkari. Did not get value there as Akkari checked back his set of jacks. Let's see if Bleznick wants to bet this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's under-repped his hand on the turn a little bit. I shouldn't say under-rep, but he's just going to have a lot of King X, Queen X, and so on when he checks back that turn, and some weak aces like this. So he is, you know, fairly high in his range with an ace here. And I'm sure when it gets raised here, it's going to be suspicious that, you know, maybe a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack with a diamond is raising. It's going to be a tough spot for him versus a good, capable player.
There comes a check raise to 16K. Bleznick getting pushed around here, but Lynskey has the goods, backing into a flush.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. These spots are annoying.
What bluffs could Lynskey have here for us?
Yeah, he might take something like Queen 10, Queen Jack with the diamond.
Yeah, those types of hands that are blocking the Jack 10, also blocking flushes. See, you just heard him there. You can also put a lot of pressure with a bluff on a hand like Jared has. I mean, it's hard to call with the ace-deuce.
I mean, probably I guess a 5x of hearts would be a really nice hand because you're one of the hands Jared has that he can bet call is ace-5. So if you called with the 5-high flush draw or, you know, whatever, 9-5 of hearts, those would be nice to check raise with.
I wonder if Smith is laughing because Jared started tanking.
I definitely think that was the case.
Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, I actually like the 5x bluffs options better because blocking ace-5 is probably one of the more important hands to block.
Yeah, ace-5 probably checks back turn like Jared did there, and then if they hit the 2-pair on the river. You know.
Like, it's not like Jared's going to have a straight there or something, so like blocking that's not very important.
Back to our outer table. Jean-Robert Ballon involved in a hand with pocket queens here.
Is he going for it? Oh,
wow.
Look at this.
JRB shoving 49K into the middle. What is going on here?
This is like 1.8x pot, 1.9x pot, something like that.
I was like it was driving a drunk Uber or something.
43,000.
She only has King 6 here, but he is thinking about it.
So this hand was raised from Ludwig to 1,500. She 3-bet to 4,200. Ballon cold called the 3-bet. Ludwig ultimately gets out of the way. Flop comes 9-6-3. Check from She. Ballon goes 6K. Call. Now we're here on the turn. Check. All in 43.9.
Man, there's 2 flush draws out there, and I'm sure that's what he's thinking about.
Is Ballon strictly using that kind of trickery to his advantage to really sort of undersell the strength of his hand?
Yeah, it's probably because he jammed over pot, right? Yeah, he's probably thinking, you know, I want to make it look like a flush draw.
Yeah, pot I believe was 23,000, and Ballon puts in just about 44,000.
In general, I feel like people kind of do that too much. Like, if you use a bet size that's non-all-in, you just get to have a lot more bluffs in your range.
Shows the queen.
Yeah, Ballon shows the queens, keeps everyone honest.
Pre-flop. Huh? You go all in? No.
So yeah,
you can continue.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players kind of do this big jam with the flush draw out there and be like, I want to make it look like I have a flush draw or a straight flush draw, but that's just not that many bluffs you're representing, and it's still really easy for people to make a lot of big folds. Whereas, you know, if you just do a big bet, non-all-in size, you could still have, you know, high cards and other cards you're maybe stabbing with. It just allows you to bluff more too, because you don't want to have to go all in with those hands that don't have that much equity.
Raise to 1500.
Ribouchon looking for perhaps a 5-course meal here. Trying to get some action off his 8-6 spades. Lots of quick folds here. Pace of play a lot higher at this table, Donnie.
Well, yeah, we don't have Jared Bleznick slowing things down. I kid.
5 deuce 10, 2 clubs.
That is 1200.
Ludwig quickly goes to his chips, makes the call.
7 of diamonds on the turn gives Ribouchon an open and a straight draw.
Yeah, this might tempt him just to keep barreling off here.
That is 3100.
Look at Ludwig.
Ludwig's going nowhere.
No, he's instantly coming along here, and this is going to take some heavy lifting from Ribouchon, who has already done quite a bit of heavy lifting today. He is up to over 200K. The question now is, are we going to see him bluff this river card? His opponent has shown no signs of slowing down.
I mean, the obvious draw that missed here is clubs. And if he's got, like, I don't know, queen jack clubs, well, that beats you. So if you check, you know, you're going to allow flush draws just to check back. And it gets it done. 16K, third bullet.
Good. Well done, Ribouchon. He is one of our tournament chip leaders. Let's have a look and see what Jeff Platt is up to out in the field. Always curious to hear what the next story is.
All right, back in the ballroom. Let us check in with Vladis Tomasauskas. Quite the start for you today. What has gone so well for you? And don't just say good cards. I know that was coming.
Quite some sets I catch, so yeah, that and just trying to play good.
Okay. And trying to beat some main event champs along the way, right?
That's also, yeah. He tried to bluff me at first, pre-flop, then I catch a set against him, and then he had a good hand as well, and then I had a little better hand than him. And just I have set. Set is better.
I had 2 pair set, just
pre-flop.
Just a little bit better. Over this last year, we've seen you more and more on the high roller scene. What has this last year done for your poker career?
It helped to be more confident at the tables, I guess, and in the highest binds, and just more practice at the live tournaments, and yeah, more practice, improved game because of that, and helps moving forward for sure.
I'll send you back to the action. You guys can continue your conversation. Best of luck. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for checking in with Vladis Tomasauskas from Lithuania. Shout out Vilnius, everyone watching from there. He is one of the big names from Lithuania, 3rd on the all-time money list there, and has been a regular in the big buy-in events ever since bursting onto the scene in spectacular fashion at the Poker Masters last year, at least for the scope of my observations. Of course, he's been around for quite a few years, but those big scores really helped vault him to the top. Spear here with a set of aces. Andre Akkari looking for 2 additional 8s to have any chance in this hand. Jack of clubs on the turn. Akkari drawing dead versus aces. Spear, who already has a big stack, looking for some more. By the way, Donnie, I really want to get the shirts made that says "Set is bet."
Set is bet.
That's what he said. Set is bet.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
You
You got to set. You got to bet. I mean.
I think I'd rather have a set than a straight. It just feels cooler having a set. It doesn't look as scary too. You can be more
Yeah, they
disguised.
sneak up on you.
Sets with aces. There's just not much they can have.
Well hidden set.
You sure get aces a lot.
You got to be really good at hand
I hadn't
reading
had
to
them all day,
sniff
and
out
I had them
sets.
twice in the last hour or whatever.
When you think about it,
Didn't
it's
have 'em
it's
once
probably the
today until-
hardest to make money off of flush, then straight, and then set.
Yeah.
Well, I think the
I
spirit.
feel like
of
I
the
never
stakes
make money off
stands.
flushes. People just see the 3 out there and they're just like, oh, you have a flush. Of course.
What
expecting
really
to see that
good
card.
top players are really
Never
good at
saw it.
is, they understand the range construction from all the different positions, so they can understand when someone, has a lot of sets on a particular board where it might not be obvious, and they'll already start checking and playing passively on those boards when you're really deep stacked.
Fractional Mateo with a shout out in the chat. He is saying, let's thank the mods, the stream team, and the PokerGO tech team for giving awesome coverage. Well, thank you, Mateo. We really appreciate it. But of course, this would be nothing without you guys watching and tuning in and enjoying the show. So we appreciate everyone for hanging out. Day 1C kicks off tomorrow, like we said before. Superstars in the field, such as Donnie Peters and Phil Hellmuth.
Wow. I even went before Phil.
Of course. Of course.
I mean, I'm for sure going to be showing up before Phil.
I'm just going to guess that we're going to have Hellmuth in some capacity at the feature table tomorrow. Last year we had a blast when he joined us on the feature. I think he had a set on like the 3rd hand that he joined the feature table, and he almost doubled up.
I think it was set over set.
Was set over set? Yeah, it was a big hand.
Or no, set versus overpair of queens, I believe it was.
I recently got to coach Phil Hellmuth's son. He showed up at the Commerce, was playing, and he hadn't played a tournament in like 10 years. And right after he busted, Phil was like, "Hey, you want some coaching with Faraz? Let's go right now."
I tried once with you already.
He was a great guy.
I would have rather get action with your hand against my hand. Shit, that would have been beautiful. Maybe I flop 2 pair and you have flop open-ended.
Johnny, there's a
JRB's got talking chips.
There's a direct correlation between the stack size and the amount of words out of JRB's mouth. He's got 70K.
That's what you call talking chips. They're real.
She DeMeglio involved here. She made it 1,500. DeMeglio comes along with the call.
Poker is so funny, and just like when you lose, you look like the idiot, and everyone thinks you're the idiot. It's just variance. And vice versa when you win.
Ace 5-3, rainbow flop. She well out in front with his ace jack.
The bet is 1,100.
Looks like JRB is watching the stream.
I was going to say, what is that?
That's JRB on his phone.
Yeah.
Watching the stream on speakerphone.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I heard my name on the announcer. Must have been you guys say my name or something.
Raise to 3,800.
Oh, look at this. And she with the snap fold. Are you surprised to see the ace jack hit the muck there so fast?
Yeah. What size did he bet? I wonder, did he like misread his hand or something?
I didn't see the size.
It says the flop. Okay.
It was check bet 1,100, check raise to 3,800. Feels fine to just peel there in position. I mean,
Raise to 1,300.
1300 from Belond here. Action over to Ludwig. Everyone gives it up.
Thank you for your single luck, y'all.
Thank you.
This is that hour where everyone's getting tired, and if you've done your work ahead of time, you're focused, you can pick up a lot of pots. People are staying out of your way sometimes, just they realize they're tired, they don't want to screw up. And sometimes I've been that guy, right? I know I'm tired as hell, I'm not taking spots.
Oh, definitely.
Happens to any of us. So if you work for it, you get to earn those extra chips.
I mean, I'm feeling tired, and I'm not even playing.
Yeah. Me too.
People in the chat shocked at the ace-jack fold. Hey, I'm right there with you. Very curious as well about that one. Sometimes I wish we just had like a button we could press, and we say, C2, we have a question, and then you you come to the confession booth, and then you give us the lowdown. I watched a chess tournament the other day on YouTube, and it was all the big stars playing Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen, and it was an over-the-board chess tournament, and they had a confession booth. So they were live streaming the matches, and then every so often, a player would walk to the confession booth to talk about their strategy, talk about what they think their opponent is going to do. And that part of the stream was the most interesting part.
That
of the
was
whole
so
thing.
cool, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
There was a cash game WPT did a couple years ago when I was working with WPT. Same sort of thing. They set up a confessional. So like Gentili would play a hand.
Yeah.
And then afterwards they'd pause. She'd run over to the confessional and like talk into it, you know. And it was worked into the show, and it was extremely interesting.
Yeah, that's
because
smart.
you get
I like
that insight.
Yeah, and it's much cooler in like a private event. Like here, you have to worry that, oh, my opponent's going to hear it in an hour and stuff. There, you don't have to worry about any of that.
One thing that's always, I personally think it's hard from the commentary booth is, like you guys are at the table, you're playing all day with these players. Maybe you have certain reads, you know. Maybe Demeglio in She's Eyes is the tightest player in the universe,
Right?
And he's like, oh, he only has sets here plus, like, so, okay, quick fold with the ace jack. I mean, we don't always know the dynamics of these players, so it's hard. You know, we're playing a guessing game. Yes, we get more information, being able to see all the cards, but you know, you don't know everything that's at play.
Yeah, and I think that's good that you're aware of that. Yeah.
Ludwig betting with ace-10. Hameri with ace-9 decides to let it go.
Yeah.
How much are
full
there?
pot there from Ludwig.
By the way, you play chess for us?
I don't.
I'm horrible, but I love it. I have two regular opponents that I play against on chess.com. It's Lex Veldhuis and Daniel Negreanu. We have ongoing battles forever and ever and ever, and we're sort of evenly matched, which is fun. All right, JRB's table getting broken up, split up. Players are distributed to other tables in the room here. JRB has had a good level at the feature table. I think he started with 40K. Now he's got 70.
Yeah, you know, I have a lot of friends that, you know, play gin, play chess.
Number 5, 6, and 7. Best of luck, everyone. Thanks again. Everything's in this room. Excuse me. Check with the media personnel so we can get you guys to my...
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who play a lot of games, and I've always never been interested just because I play so much poker, which is a game that when I'm not playing poker, I want to do something that's not a card game or not in front of the computer. Just a personal preference to get my own balance.
I do feel like lots of poker players either have a chess background or are sort of interested in chess.
Yeah, or Magic.
Or Magic, yeah,
Yep.
for sure. I know that Isaac Haxton and Dan Smith play chess at a really high level. For me, it's something more relaxing.
Yeah.
And Lex and I text back and forth all the time because we play these matches and then we make fun of each other when we make terrible moves.
That's interesting that you say it's relaxing, because I would think, for me, I would think of it like poker. Like, I mean, I don't play, so I don't know, but I would think like, you know.
I'm just good enough to where the game is fun to play.
Yeah.
You know, when you're a complete beginner,
You have to.
you're sort of lost.
Because you think so much. Because like it's
But
like people who don't know opening ranges. Like they're wasting so much energy thinking all the time.
Right.
And I tell people like save your brain power for harder stuff. This stuff's figured out for you.
Yep. We have a funny thing about chess is that one blunder and the game's over, right? So like when you play against someone with a similar skill level, you make one mistake and you could basically resign because you're never going to come back from that.
I've already heard all the interesting ones. So.
Yeah, they told
Somebody-
me.
somebody-
Well, he told me what he had, but they told me the hand I was in with him that the ace kings versus ace king.
I couldn't have necessarily guessed your hand. I probably could have guessed his hand as played. So makes sense. Ace king makes sense.
All right, back to our main feature table here. Spear still leading the way with 165K. Comes in for the raise here with ace-10 suited. By the way, do we have some chess players in the chat? Please spam your rapid rating. I wonder if we have
4,000.
4,000.
strong players here. I'm like between 1,200 and 1,000, depending on how tilted I am.
I like this 3-bet with the ace-9 at these shallower stacks. Even though it's not going to work out, it's a spot worth taking. Not super shallow, but you know, under 50 big blinds now. Super late position.
Spear makes the call. All right, let's see if Valley has a game plan here post-flop.
Two players.
Spear out of position with ace-10 suited. Ace-Jack 5 rolls off.
They bring in all these dealers for the main. It's crazy. He hasn't been here either. You haven't been here, right?
Actually goes
you haven't
check,
been here all
check.
summer. Told you. See?
Main event special.
I'm serious.
Left.
Have you?
Tap the lefty. Bring him in.
And yeah, this is why it's so nice to have.
Bring him in.
It's so nice to have some weak aces in your 3-bet range pre-flop because when you want to check back stuff like kings, queens, tens here, it's so obvious what you have. So you need some weak aces to mix in. Sometimes they'll see players randomly check like an ace-king here. You don't want to waste ace-king as a check back because you could get 3 streets of value with that. You could save stuff like ace-9, ace-3 suited as your bluff catchers to check back because you're not going to go 3 streets with those anyways.
River brings the deuce of hearts. Spear gets the check mark.
Check, check.
And it goes check, check, and ace-10 is going to take this one down. It's about time again to check in with our man in the field. Jeff Platt has caught up with many players so far. Curious to see who he's found this time around. By the way, Jeff Platt bagged up 90K himself yesterday, so shout out to him. Let's see who he's found here late on day 1B.
All right, a good time for us to check in with 888 Poker Ambassador Vivian Saliba. Vivian, a huge Brazilian audience that we've acquired over the last couple years. Can you give us a sense of just how popular poker is becoming in Brazil?
Poker in Brazil is huge. It's not as old like here in the US. It's kind of maybe a 15-year-old thing, so it's still booming and still growing. I don't live in Brazil anymore, but I play a lot of online poker, and you can see in the online felts how many Brazilian flags there are, and yeah, it's very, very popular.
And if you see a Brazilian flag, they're going to go pretty bananas, I'm guessing. They're going to put a lot of chips in the middle, yeah?
Well, we have a bad reputation, but there are many good... Yeah, like, there are many, many good Brazilian poker players, and some pretty crazy ones as well, yeah.
And finally, Vivian, anything you want to say in Portuguese to our viewers, to our commentators in Brazil?
Vamos!
I even knew that one. Vamos. Best of luck. Thanks,
you.
Vivian. Appreciate it.
A little extra zest there on the Vamos from Vivian. She's definitely a lot better at that as we go back to Andre Akkari here. It's like Brazil night here at the World Series of Poker. João Vale, also from Brazil, at our main feature table.
Brazilian players are very good and very tough now. You know, it's a large market, so there was, you know, a ton of recreational Brazilian players like a decade ago, and then all these schools popped up and they got really organized, and they're some of the toughest players in the online fields over the last 5 years. I actually had the pleasure of spending a lot of time in Brazil. I did some business there, launched a poker site there about 8 years ago. Made a lot of friends there. Found my wife, who's Brazilian there. And yeah, I really love Brazil, love Sao Paulo. My wife and I toy around with living there for a couple of years every now and then. We may do it, we'll see.
So it's good to have multiple options.
It's hard to settle down, man. I love the road, I love different places.
I do love living here in Las Vegas, I have to say. So much great
nice lifestyle here.
Great outdoors activities here in Las Vegas. Let's have a look at our GTO Wizard chip counts of our main feature table. Spear and Kowalk still on top. Joao Valley after that ace-9 hand just trending in the wrong direction, and the same can be said for Jared Bleznick. Alex Lynskey, despite on the shorter end of it, has had quite a decent level, chipping up a little bit again after a very rough middle section of the day. If you're just tuning in for the very first time, you're probably waking up in Europe because it's like 9:20 a.m. Central European time already. We've got a little less than an hour left here on the live stream on day 1B. Please know that tomorrow we're doing the same thing all over again, 5:30 p.m. start here in Las Vegas. Hopefully we got Phil Hellmuth tomorrow on the live stream. He is playing tomorrow.
Two players.
Lynskey 3-bet to 4K with 6-5 of spades. The flop gives him some options here as 10-7 queen with 2 spades rolls off. Lynskey in position against Perez. Perez has been playing rather snug. His VPIP only 17%. He's one of the tighter players at the table.
Yeah, this 3-bet pre-flop with the 6-5 suited, again, it's great at this stack depth, 50, 60, 70 bigs deep. You don't want to be 3-betting 5-6 suited when you're only 25 and 30 big blinds deep. At those shallow stacks, you don't need board coverage that low. You're not going to play a 3-street hand post-flop. You'd rather be 3-bet bluffing with stuff like King 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, Ace-X suited, King Jack off, King 10 off. But deep stack, you've got to be having those low cards in your range in case the board comes 4, 5, 6. You don't want to be obvious that you just have aces, kings, and ace-king there, and then your opponents can run you over.
Saw a question in the chat comparing quality of life between Las Vegas and the Netherlands. For those that are unfamiliar, I am from the Netherlands. I've lived there my whole life. Spent 1 year in South Korea, spent a couple of years in Canada. I've been in Vegas now for about 5 years. And I'm an enjoyer of the great outdoors, and I will say that Las Vegas, probably top 5 destination in the world to live if you like the outdoors. And people might think, what? The Strip, the desert, the heat, Las Vegas? Well, let me tell you, it's only really hot for a few months in the dead of summer. The rest of the year, very moderate, very nice, especially the fall and in the spring. And you are so close to so many great outdoor activities. You got the mountains, you got hiking, you got biking, you got mountain biking. You got so many things to do outside the city that I don't ever see myself leaving, or at least not full time.
3-bet here again. He may be doing this because it's the end of the
Waking
day.
up there, Alex.
And he's trying to take advantage of people maybe overfolding, trying to make day 2.
Dwyer commenting on Lynskey's aggression, saying, I guess you're waking up right now.
This could have been a hand that if you wanted to fight back with a 4-bet, you could have. You know, there's definitely better hands.
Nice to look down and not see 7 deuce.
You know, ace-6 suited is one of the worst suited aces, but could be an option if you think that align.
All right, bring me that Las Vegas skyline. Look at that. What a beautiful sight. Who does not want to live here? Want to run huge bluffs and take down big pots? Unleash your potential with GTO Wizard, the most sophisticated poker solver in the industry. Try it now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo and get free access to all features for the first 24 hours. gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Try it for free for 24 hours, and then if you sign up, you get a 10% discount. Don't miss out.
You know,
speaking of the Vegas outdoors, Mount Charleston is my favorite thing to do in Vegas.
I went to his
a lot of people are like, oh, how are you going to hike in the summer? It's so hot. No, it's 20 degrees cooler up there. It's 45 minutes drive away. I highly prefer it over Red Rocks just because of that. And you get all this beautiful plant life up there. Awesome lodge, great bison burgers and all sorts of food.
Yeah, it's at 8,500 feet, which for the people outside the U.S. is at 2,500 meters of elevation. So definitely cools down a lot.
And it's really nice to bond with other players over a hike. I mean, it's hard at the series. Everyone's playing. You're in kind of fight mode and coming and going. And yeah, it's just really nice to go out there and connect with people over a nice hike like that.
Yeah, Red Rock is way better for hiking
We just
in
wait
the
for a gap
fall
in
and
the weather,
winter.
there's always a gap, and out you go.
Valley raising with ace-jack of spades. Bleznick comes along. Akkari also invited from the small blind. 7-8 deuce, 2 clubs.
You do a bit of that?
Bleznick somehow ahead now. Bleznick bets 2,100 and gets it done. And even though it's small, might be a little bit
rugby
of a
union.
confidence boost.
Rugby the sport. Yeah, but it's big in our part of the world.
Long time no eat.
Nobody like John.
Call that.
Nobody like John.
Really? Yeah, I've known John a long time.
Probably know Ono D, do you?
Yeah.
Donica?
Yeah.
Donica.
I know.
Perez with pocket
I know
sixes lets him go.
Him and the son and the father. Yeah.
The small pairs have lost popularity over the last couple of years.
Absolutely, yeah.
The small pairs?
Yeah.
In what way?
I feel as though back in the day, any position, any stack size, small pairs, you're in there, want to flop a set.
I was seeing a lot of that at my table. People were cold calling small pairs out of position. So yeah, it's still in there. It just shows up in the main event.
Right.
Because the stacks are so deep. But yeah, in general, you don't want to ever cold call a 3-bet out of position. Your range is just so narrow, and you're out of position versus 2 people, which sucks. We know being out of position versus 1 player is tougher. Being out of position versus 2 people is literally twice as bad.
We missed the joke. We have to rewind. We missed the joke. Akkari made it 1,300 Dwyer with the aggression, makes it 4,300.
No respect for my little
Dwyer's
speech.
been listening to your coaching.
Yep, he has. I mean, that's absolutely something I say. 3-bet here. You don't have to play an offsuit hand multi-way. Kick out the big blind. And you could certainly, mix flats here in the small blind, but most people just are not 3-betting enough because they want to keep the pot small. is going to be an interesting one.
Golf.
He's got a hand that's going to be tempting to barrel. He doesn't have the heart, so he may shut down. But, I mean, with that club, I like to see it continue here. And then if the hearts miss, you can keep going. Yeah, I would have liked to see a barrel here. The king-queen with the queen of clubs.
Akkari happy to keep this pot small after hitting a pair of 9s. Wonder if he's going to go for some value now that the board is paired.
There's a king with it.
Akkari's going to take this one down.
Yeah, so what you could do here with the king-queen is you barrel, and when the hearts miss, you get to keep bluffing because you don't have a heart in your hand. And that means Akkari might have something like ace-queen of hearts, king-queen of hearts, ace-x of hearts, and so on.
I believe me.
Akkari, co-owner of Furia Esports, a Brazilian esports team. One of the legends that made poker famous in Brazil. Whenever I see Akkari, I think of Alex Gomez. I wonder if he still plays poker.
I don't think so.
It would be better, yeah.
Let's see, no, you're not folding that.
Do see some cashes on his hand and mob from 2023, 2022, so perhaps not playing as frequently anymore. He, of course, also a bracelet winner back in 2008. Look at Lynskey, completely opening up here in the final level of play. It's almost like he's been sitting around waiting, and now he's turning on the gas.
Literally what I was talking about. I sent out a newsletter with WSOP Main Event tips last week, and this is what I suggested for people to do as well. Exactly for the reason why people are trying to make day 2 a fake bubble.
I've always known Lynskey to be a little bit more on the aggressive side. He really hadn't had any chips all day, so, you know, probably feels nice and good now that he's up over 50K. So.
It's funny. It's so much hard work to play an entire day.
4-bet. That's the ace-6 suited 4-bet.
Oh,
right there.
Nice.
Just bring your hand all the way down.
I missed that one.
Bring your left, like your whatever hand you're covering.
What I was going to say is you work so hard to gather chips, and you're below the starting stack all day to battle your way back up to 60K. It almost makes me think, like, I'm just going to set up on day 2. Like, this is not worth all my time and effort.
I actually love getting to see my students on stream. So many times I've like worked with a player and have helped them, but then all of a sudden I see them play on stream and just like certain things click for me of like how it could help them even more. So it's one of those things where, yeah, your game, you know, you're there in the spotlight, but you know, if you're getting coaching and getting feedback on your game from someone, it's an amazing opportunity, amazing learning opportunity to play on stream if you take advantage of it.
So what have you seen from Dwyer so far? I mean, it feels like he's leaning aggressive. He takes initiative.
Yeah, let's see those.
Perhaps a bit out of line at times.
Yeah, I think there's some spots he could have been a little aggressive, like the 4-bet with the ace-6 and, you know, the king-queen there with the barrel. Yeah, maybe some other stuff I'll save to share with him in private.
The other day. I feel like I'm gonna offer it. I feel like this whole table will agree with what I'm gonna say. So why don't we, starting this hand, why don't we play the winner of the pot has to show 1 card every time.
Yeah.
Man, let's do it. I feel like this is a table where everyone will do it. Is anyone? Are we good?
Done it earlier, but yeah.
Let's do it. We have 28. We have less than 30 minutes. Are we good?
We're in.
All right.
Whoever loses the hand can choose a card.
Show 1.
Yes. So if the loser shows the card, right? So we're going to expose 1 card every hand.
Yeah.
But the loser picks the card.
Okay.
It's not, you don't pick, the loser picks, okay?
Sure.
We're on.
Yeah. Jared
like
Bleznick
this
turning
is like a friendly, good
the World Series
thing.
Poker Main Event into a home game.
I felt like that was going to work.
Love it.
Yeah, and what I was saying on Michael is he's a very
fun, to be
quick
honest.
learner, and I'm really impressed at how much he's grown so quickly.
And I assume one
And
of your
just goes to show, no matter how good you are, there's always
one?
stuff to learn.
Which one?
I'm making tons of mistakes when I play on stream as well that I need to learn from. So it really goes for all of us. Nothing.
We did it for the 50K
you know, to pick on
PLL.
Michael at all.
It was 2 cards though.
How do you feel
You
like
see 2 cards.
coaching has helped your game?
Every hand.
Sometimes people ask you questions and
Yeah.
you don't know the answers, and then you have to figure it out. So
did
it
you
definitely
roll that?
keeps you on top of your game.
Did you cash?
I've definitely
Should play that for
learned
one.
certain ways of.
That was
I've always felt like I've been pretty
Did you get
good
any
at knowing how
people?
different skill level of players think, and that's one of the strong points of my game. That I think that's actually what makes me a good coach. But now that's just gone like tenfold. You know, I've heard so many, like I'm always, you know, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? And yeah, I really just understand how different player profiles think and why they do certain things, which really helps me. And yeah, and, you know, it's interesting. I feel like, you know, pros have a misconception on why a lot of these guys are out here and how they think, like, you know, a lot of these guys, they're just out here chasing trophies, and, you know, it's a competitive hobby for them. And, you know, they care about that more than the money. You know, they make a good living and they're okay with that. And yeah, they just want to compete and meet people. And, you know, it's like when you're a successful poker player and you go pick up some other sport or something as a hobby, like that's what it is for these guys. And it's so cool. It's so inspiring to, you know, meet them and get to know them and connect them all with each other.
Pick a card.
So I've been having so much fun with the community at Jaka Coaching. It's
My left.
been such a pleasure.
A 9?
Good card.
9.
It was a 9?
9
That's
o'clock.
what I said. It's supposed to be a 9.
Supposed to be a 9.
That's what I said.
That was a good call.
It just felt like it was a 9. In all fairness, I thought it would be like a red dot. Not a black.
I guess I definitely would have bet on red dye.
Yeah, that would have made a little more sense. The other one was pretty close.
You're playing lights out, seriously. Playing some good poker, man. And I'm willing to bet you don't play for.
Had a few big hands.
You don't play for full time.
For a little, no.
No, you play. You're tough.
It's funny how Bleznick had like an hour break from all the talking.
No.
But he's back.
Take a nap. Ah, this is when everyone's supposed to be tired. He's ready to go. Maybe that successful 4-bet.
Right.
Gave it to him.
Gave him a little boost.
Maybe. He's got a lot of energy.
When you played your first main event for us, was it something where you qualified, or were you already at a point where you were ready to just buy in? Like, how did you get into that first one?
Yeah, I was firing big early. I mean, my story is in sophomore year in college, I ran up 180 grand just from having like no money, just running it up online. Was playing way too big, lost it all, got myself in 30K debt, got super depressed, had to drop out of college for a semester, get my mind right.
Any grain chips? No.
Came back in, and instead of cash games, came back in tournaments and actually learned bankroll management, the fundamentals, and kind of did it the right way.
Good needle.
So, you know, by the time I graduated college, like my last couple years in college, I was already traveling to like EPT Barcelona, Aruba. Like I was qualifying for a lot of events. I'm trying to remember if I was. My roommates were probably taking pieces of me and stuff like that.
9,000.
My guess is I was probably like taking a shot in the main, but like selling action and the other stuff.
Lynskey here facing, or excuse me, putting in the 4-bet against Valley, who we haven't seen his cards yet.
All in.
And he moves all in for 18K. Was that a snap call or a snap fold? I think it was a snap call.
Three's probably coming in.
He was.
Oh, wow. It was a call. We got Valley's tournament life on the line with 2 red queens. 5-4 deuce rolls off the deck. Wheel outs as well here for Lynskey. Judging by the board, or by the graphic here, not many options here for the Australian.
think you guys will both take a 3.
Huh?
You'll take a 3.
Lynskey now looking for an ace, and an ace only to win this one. It's a 10
Yeah, I had 2 threes.
of
Did you?
diamonds
Yeah.
on the river, and Valley finds a double up.
17, 18, 1. 18, 1.
Valley with a nice double up here in the last level of the night with
How can you
pocket
fold
queens.
threes?
You were saved by his.
You jam on me?
Three's the hand of the
No, I
day.
probably will.
Folded it
I
earlier,
may have
but
called
would've
for
made
that
it
size.
set.
I don't know yet.
Feels so good to
But if I can't see that flop,
get a big double at the end of the day.
Probably gonna have to go.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to Jeff Platt. He is out in the field.
Cody's birthday, and he is back at the World Series of Poker Main Event. So first off, happy birthday.
Thanks very much.
You're
I've got
very
about
welcome.
5 minutes left.
5 minutes left.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why we came and grabbed you right now.
Yeah.
What brings you back to the World Series of Poker Main Event, and where in the world have you been?
Well, I took a step back from tournament poker for a while, in the main cash games, and just around the world really. But yeah, I decided to come out for the World Series Main this year. Let's see what happens.
When was the last main you played?
Before COVID, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, because there was the year that it was in December I didn't come to,
Right.
and then last year I spent the whole summer in Macau actually. Yeah, so I think it was 2020, maybe 2019. Yeah.
What's it like to be back?
Amazing.
Yeah.
To be honest, as soon as I landed, oh god, I've missed this place so much.
Do you think this will get you back into tournament poker, or you pretty hooked on the cash scene?
I'm pretty hooked on the cash scene, but you know, this is a special tournament, isn't it? Like, you know, it's just the atmosphere around the place, and just being here is just like a privilege. So.
I'm going to send you back to the action. It is a special tournament, and good to have you as a part of it. Thanks for the time. Happy birthday once more. Thanks, guys.
Wow, Jake Cody, now a cash grinder, nearly unrecognizable from back when he won the Triple Crown, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, he looks completely different. Most noticeably, the hair color.
Yeah. Natural. It's going all natural. Love to see it.
I like Jake's tattoos. He did a good job
Okay.
picking those.
When I saw those tattoos, you know what crossed my mind, and my fiance has a lot of tattoos as well.
You got it.
Two things. My first one, I wish I could pull that off. Second one, I wish I was brave enough to get one. How do you decide what to get? Like, I don't even.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a tattoo guy. Like, I don't want any, but I definitely like appreciate them on other people.
Right.
And yeah, I appreciate or respect, or yeah, I appreciate when people do a good job with it.
Right. It's funny. My fiance often says, "I think a tattoo would look really good on you," and I'm like, "Yeah, but
I could see a tattoo on you.
What am I supposed to get? Like, I don't have any sort of. I feel like there needs to be a story
Yeah,
associated
yeah.
with whenever you get a tattoo.
Hey, make some stories, man.
I know. I mean, I've
Still got time.
plenty of stories, but I'm not sure if we could turn those into tattoos.
Problem is, you're like you live in Vegas and then Amsterdam, like the two places where all the crazy stories happen, right?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Although I don't know if you're from Amsterdam or what city in Netherlands.
I mean, I've had a good time in my 20s for sure.
Yeah.
Macau is probably where I had some of the craziest nights.
Okay.
Jay Cody referencing spending a summer in Macau playing cash. I can only imagine the stories. Spear, by the way, here, flopping a set, turning a full house. Bleznick doesn't have a whole lot going on here.
There are rules here. They just started 30 seconds ago, but there are rules here. First any of us have heard
I
of
don't
this.
remember what I had earlier.
So Bleznick check call the flop and check raise the turn. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very unorthodox line. His specific hand. Maybe he's trying to play some metagame here since he gave him, you know, the acknowledgement that he's tough to play against, and now all of a sudden he's check raising him. It's the end of the day.
All in.
I'm afraid.
Which one?
Gotta show one.
Which one?
I'll pass.
Come on. Oh, you can't handle it.
I can't take it.
You can't say
Yeah, I think if Bleznick had a backdoor flush draw with his hand,
And you were so excited to just
I'd
turn
like
off
to check
your
raise a
hands.
little more.
And that's what I said earlier. Well, that's what somebody asked me. Somebody asked me earlier.
Yeah, I said,
and
is it okay to be on the phone? He said, well, if you're not in the hand. But that's what I thought. Maybe he said.
I asked earlier.
Step
Well,
away.
no, nobody. Somebody asked me earlier, and I said, I assume you have to go to the rail. And then I looked around, and 3 people were on their phones. So I was like, okay, we're good.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Nobody said
Nobody
shit
said
the whole
nothing,
time.
so.
Yeah, and you know, even though I'm saying that's not a hand I'd normally check raise, there are times I think I have a physical read on a player, and I'll take a hand I don't normally play and be aggressive with it, especially towards the end of the day. Kind of what you said, Donnie. You don't know what's going on through everyone's head at the time.
Take it.
I can't breathe, man. It's been a rough summer.
You couldn't take it.
I'm just so tired of this place. He just turned over like 6 hours.
Threes. Always threes.
They keep sucking him back in, Donnie.
Jared
Bleznick can't get enough.
Myself for an hour and wait.
I feel like that's every poker
you got a
player.
credit.
It would have been a fun show
So
with
he's
one
winning
card.
the hand? Is that how this works?
Your hand?
Yeah. I won't say what I had, but it would have been a fun show for one card.
Oh dear.
What did you have?
Why? Because either one's bottom pair?
Oh man.
King 7 suited for Lynskey. Gonna attack from the button. Donnie Kowalk, ever since chipping up to 160, has basically been in neutral, just hanging around.
Yeah, just kind of chilling out. Hasn't gotten too involved recently. He's going to be in this one, though. Defends the queen 5 off from the big blind.
6, 6, 7, 2 hearts on the flop here.
Lynskey was having such a strong performance this last level, and I'm sure it sucks to double someone up and be back down at this 34K stack. It's another one I may be tempted to continue there. Queen 5, you got a backdoor straight draw, you got a backdoor heart draw.
I might be tempted to check raise. With the
Yeah,
5 of hearts
with the Queen of Hearts, 100%. Definitely with the 5 of Hearts, a little less. But yeah, it's tempting for sure. And it was a very small bet as well. So yeah, I like a check raise there for sure.
Because I exposed my hand, it helped me with the decision.
Yeah, you were like, all right, I already messed this up.
Funny that not just that, but possibly.
I saw
more
that.
information. I got a bit more information, you know.
Yeah.
Hearing some additional buzz in the background here as players are maybe not celebrating, but starting to feel a bit more relaxed about making day 2, exactly what Faraz talked about earlier. The bubble for day 2 is a real thing. I feel as though it's not really a thing on day 2, though. At the end of day 2, it's not nearly as big a deal.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's a big deal.
I mean, it's definitely a bigger deal for one. I think because it's the days off. And it's like the justification of you coming doing this crazy thing.
Yeah.
I mean, for a lot of people, it means they get to stay in Vegas an extra like 3 to like 6 more days, you know?
Yeah.
Lynskey 1300, Bleznick with 10s gets involved. Kowalk folds King Jack of Hearts. Akkari finds Ace Queen off.
How much?
35.
35.
I'm sure since they allowed day 2 buy-ins now, maybe that buzz has gone down a little bit, even though it's still quite big.
Yeah. This is an interesting spot here for Akkari.
Yeah, what options does he really have here? Comes with the aggression. Makes it 14-7. applying the pressure on Bleznick, who only has 21K behind. He was the one who uttered the words, "You're never supposed to bust on day one at the feature table." But is this a shove spot for him, Donnie?
I mean, I think he's just too high up here. And because he's button, Lynskey was cut off, which Akkari might look at and be like, you know, this is late position versus late position. Maybe Bleznick is attacking. Of course, Bleznick can have a good hand, yes, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to get involved there, late versus late. It's also only, you know, 42 bigs or so.
Yeah.
But Bleznick has, so, you know, you end up getting it in versus 9s, 10s, jacks.
Yeah, and I mean, if you flip, you flip. I mean, it's not the worst spot to be in for Akkari.
King Queen suited is actually one of the optimal kind of 4-bet hands in Akkari's spot, because you unblock the ace-x bluffs that Bleznick will have. So that's a hand that really likes 4-bet bluffing, and whether it's 30 big blinds or 70 big blinds, like an all-in shove or just a non-all-in 4-bet.
I mean, this is my 6th time playing Main. I've never encountered this.
Yeah.
Bleznick with the long tank.
Someone should call the clock on him after all that hullabaloo he had earlier.
Already said this is incredible, so feels as though he's leaning towards folding even though he doesn't want to.
Yeah, notice how Akkari did the non-all-in 4-bet, because, you know, if Lynskey comes over the top, he can get away even though he's, you know, committed to Bleznick.
Is he gonna give this up?
Wow.
3. So once you up, throw it over. Flip it. Disappointing.
Ace shown here for Akkari.
You didn't pick the right one.
You saw Bleznick shake his head. If he sees the ace, he's like ace queen, ace king. If he sees the queen, he's like, oh, you could have a pack of queens. I made a great fold, you know?
Yeah. Biggest fold I made in a month. I didn't even like seeing the ace either. The biggest fold I made all month.
You going with it, Faraz? 2 10s there, 43 bigs I think he had.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely pretty close. I mean, it's going to be player dependent. Like, against someone I think is capable.
And that's the tricky spot against Akkari specifically, is he's capable, but he also hasn't like gotten out of line in any way. So in a way, he's kind of been conservative.
Yeah.
But you also know he's capable.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I think someone's capable, I'm probably going with it there. If I'm unsure, someone who's not a pro, who hasn't really been playing very aggressive, you know, that's the spot I may lay it down.
You hear the voice of the tournament staff in the background announcing that we are approaching the end of the night. Just got a few hands left here.
3 more.
3 more, okay.
When I was playing the Colossus, they announced 7 more hands.
Oh, no way.
The whole room booed.
That's like 40 minutes.
What is that?
So yeah, pretty good.
At the
7
studio,
shouldn't even be an option.
At the studio, isn't it like 1, 2, 3?
It should be 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
Like,
but yeah, you were right on that one. Both would have been bottom pair.
Valley flopping top pair of aces
Can't be horrible.
against his fellow countrymen.
Can't be horrible.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling.
That makes most sense.
Yeah, I mean, when I have those 10s, the question I'm asking myself is Akkari doing this with 9s ever? Is he doing it with 8s ever? If you already think 8s are possible, then you got to put that in.
Ice king before.
I think if Akkari has been, if you are Blez and you think Akkari has been paying attention to you because you 3-bet some hands, like you've bluffed in some spots, then I think you can put 9s and 8s in.
And also, like, Akkari has 90K and Bleznick had, you know, 24K, so Akkari might be more willing to take a risk with something like 8s because of that, because it's not his tournament life. So yeah, my default would be to get it in there.
figure I want to come back with
Bleznick just told him he had 10s.
20K. You know?
Not a bad fold. I've seen the action.
So, I mean,
it's very late position action. It would need to be early position action for me to fold the 10s there.
Yeah. Also, it might even be a decision where if I do opt to 3-bet, I'm probably just ultimately telling myself I'm going to go with this hand. Versus if I don't want to ultimately go with it, I might just flat in position with the 10s. Then Akkari comes in, then I back jam, and might play out a little bit differently.
You're 3-betting to get it in versus the original raiser. So
first of three.
And even if they don't get it in, they're just flatting with so many hands you dominate. So I think it's a pretty mandatory 3-bet at that stack size. And if someone wakes up with something behind, then it's, hey, let's think about this. Who it is, what their sizing is.
Speaking of waking up with something behind.
Wow. Bleznick again on the worst of it here as Kowak finds aces. Now he's been quiet for a long time.
This speech from Bleznick is going to be great. Like he's trying to enters another pot. He's got a pair. It's a halfway decent one, and then you just got Kowak is coming in with the aces right behind, hits him with the 3-bet.
Oh, and he's got all those chips. It's gonna look squeezy.
Valley fresh off a double up through Lynskey. That's 40K behind here. It's gonna come along and make the call, inviting Bleznick to go see a flop and get really frustrated after those 3 cards come out.
3-bet here seems a tad small.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit small.
Can sometimes mean 2 things from a lot of players. 1, just premiums.
Yep.
2, it can mean like I'm bluffing and I don't want to commit a lot to do this bluff.
Yeah, some people just don't have the right sizings with
Yeah.
whatever they're doing it with. Yeah, I'd like to see something closer to 5K.
Now Valley comes in with the call, which gives a really good price to Bleznick here.
So remember that formula I told you guys earlier, right? 3x
Give him
plus
1K.
1x per caller. But stacks are getting a little shallow, so you could go 2.5x plus 1x per caller, and that would have got you, 5K or a little bit over 5K.
Oh. Deuce, deuce, 3. So everyone's got an overpair to the board here.
It does feel as though we're trying to torture Bleznick as much as possible.
It really does, right? I mean, even if Kowak didn't ultimately pick up aces here, he's still behind the 9s of Valley. Like it is max torture for him. It does check over to Kowak, who comes with 5,500. Which is right around a 3rd pot or so.
Yeah, and it's interesting. If I'm Valley pre-flop, I'm not even doing much flatting there normally, but because he went so small, I will start to flat some hands.
Yep. And now he comes with a raise.
Wow, and this raise potentially giving Bleznick an out.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get out of there with the 7s now, and 9s is just ready to get it in. He's looking for protection. Maybe gets it in with ace-king. He's going to check raise his flush draws like this and get it in.
Tosses it into the muck. Action now back on Kowak with aces.
I think when I do not have the ace of diamonds in my hand, I'm more likely to just jam this in right now. Whereas if I had the ace of diamonds...
Glad to see we're going out the way we live. Yeah,
I mean, I guess it depends if you think he's ever bluffing here. But definitely being aware that you not having the ace of diamonds means they could have the ace of diamonds. Did he fold the 9s?
2.
He did.
Yeah.
He snap folded. I agree with you, Faraz. If I have the ace of diamonds, I'd probably flat there, try and keep all bluffs in. If he's kind of doing something weird, keep under pairs like that in.
There are times where I'm just like, I don't think this guy's bluffing, and I just have that read, and I'll just jam a hand that even theoretically you're supposed to flat.
Like there, I mean, he might have, Kowak could have been like, okay, maybe this guy's got 9s or 10s.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put it in, he's going to call me.
Yeah, I would have expected
raise?
the 9s to 3-bet or check raise call there.
A few names from around the room that have not been able to keep the chips that they started with. Josh Arye was an early casualty. Kevin Rabischow also no longer with us. Same goes for UI Helpy, Eric Lindgren. Greg Raymer, who was on the secondary feature table earlier, also eliminated. He was up to 80K on our secondary feature table and has still not managed to close it out. So those are some of the notables that got sent to the rail. And Lynskey here with ace queen of hearts, raising it up, and Kowak finding jacks. This man has been on fire, like tight and aggressive, finding lots of big hands throughout the day.
This could be somewhat troublesome for Lynskey.
These guys are getting some hands towards the end of the day where you're supposed to be playing aggressive with
I'm trying to think
weak
weak
stuff.
I'm trying to remember if there was a third. Maybe. I had kings once.
Yeah, great spot to flat. You keep all the bluffs in, all the halves you dominate. You don't get much worse to put it in once you 4-bet.
Jack 10-3 rainbow flop here. Man, if only that 10 of diamonds would have been a heart.
Even
not
one
gonna
heart
go
out
anywhere
there
on this flop.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna come small here, 2K into 9,100.
You hear that chatter in the background. Everyone's ready to go home.
Yeah. We're gonna start hearing people, bags, bags.
Oh, 5 of hearts.
There it is.
Giving Lynskey the backdoor heart possibility here.
About a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio here for Lynskey.
Is that your way of saying checker is all in?
I mean, it's just, you know, smaller SPR, more likelihood that the money's going to get in at some point. You're just not as deep overall.
Lynskey just going to come with the call. We're going to see a river card here.
Yeah, not a huge reason to raise. I mean, you still beat some bluffs. You're not really getting better hands to fold.
River brings us 7, favoring Kowak. Lynskey misses all his draws.
Opposite again, huh?
Wow.
This one? Jack.
Top
shot.
Wow.
Lynskey knows.
He knows exactly what's going on here.
Yeah. Small bet, shove.
I wonder if there was any sort of timing tell there on the end. He moved it pretty quickly after check 2.
Might have also been the sizings.
Yep. Nice little surge here at the end of the night for Kowak. Overtakes Spear at this table. Up over 190,000.
One final reminder that if you're not yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, you better do so right now. Turn on the post notifications as well. We have daily recaps. We are live the next couple of days during the main event as well. So if you love poker, you might as well subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's so much fun to be able to bring you all this coverage on day 1. By the way, this is the most hours that have ever been streamed of the main event.
Kowak active again here.
Unreal.
So Faraz, as we are approaching the final stages, give the people one brief final reminder of where they can find all your latest content.
Yeah, so you could find my content on jakacoaching.com. And I actually wrote down every single hand I played in the main event, and I'm emailing out for free jaka.poker/allhands. To go there right now, you'll get every hand I played in the main event, and you'll get my newsletter where I email WSOP tips every single week.
All right, go check that out, jaka.poker/allhands. Looks like we're trying to find Jeff Platt there out on the floor. You can see Jeff Platt over there in the very, very top of your screen, wearing the suit. Jeff, be careful there. Bleznick has been blowing his nose all night. We don't want you to get sick again. Please, Jeff, please be safe. All right, players there all bagging up chips. Let's see if Jeff can get a word out from Bleznick here.
Okay, so we have to chat with the backer. It looks like it's been a bit of a rough day, backer, but how would you describe how today went for you?
It was a complete disaster.
Yeah, that works too.
Today was a complete disaster. I have 16,900 chips, and I have flu-like symptoms.
Oh, great.
Okay, I'm going to get you sick here. I mean,
not a problem.
Day one of the main, the whole goal on day one is just to survive, get through. You told me you have almost 100,000 in chips.
Not about me though.
I know. I got 16,900. I'm depressed. I have to sit here for 2 days and do nothing to come back in day two to lose all my chips. I can't take it.
We were just talking to Koray Aldemir, who won the main in 2021. And he said day one he was almost out. Espen Jorstad bagged like 20K at the end of day one. You can still do this.
The difference
Do I have to fire you up here?
The difference is those are great players.
Great point.
Okay? I sell sports cards for a living. I don't play poker. I'm going to need a lot of help. I'm going to need a complete to just get back to starting stack.
And you didn't pull any good cards either. So
no, I pulled bad cards in the case. I probably got bluffed here 4 or 5 times. And that's it. Here we are. You know, we'll see what happens at day 2.
Okay, we'll see what happens. I'm going to leave you to bagging and maybe pick up these tissues. I hope you feel better. You're the man. Backer, Jared Bleznick. There he is.
Wow, Bleznick sick in multiple ways. Bad cards, and feeling sick. So the worst trifecta you could possibly imagine here. Andre Akkari bagging up a nice stack. He puts 80,000, 89,000 in the bag. Everybody eager to perhaps get a beer to unwind before going back to their hotel room. These players are all going to get a few days off before they return for day 2. Jeff roaming around. Let's see if he can find one of the chip leaders in the field today. Plenty of stacks over 200K. What do we got out there, Jeff? Let us know.
All right, I believe we have found our chip leader out in the field. George, how much are you putting into the bag?
314.
314. How's that feel?
314,000. Great. That's, I mean, awesome.
Yeah, I'd say awesome. I almost hesitate to ask what went so well for you. I'm guessing just everything was amazing today.
Yeah, I was just hitting hands, flopping full houses, 2 pairs, sets, and calling people who were bluffing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So today was just perfect. Do you feel added pressure going into day 2? I mean, you just bagged the chip lead at the World Series of Poker main event.
Not at all. It's far from over, so, you know, it's a long road.
We look forward to following that journey. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry, hold on. I have to get another bag.
He's got to get a new bag. All good. Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Good luck.
That's a good problem to have, needing a bigger bag here to bag up all those chips. George Dolofan, one of our chip leaders at the end of day 1B. Here on your screen, a reminder of the upcoming streaming schedule. Day 1C kicking off tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. I'll be back. Donnie will be playing. Kane Callis will be joining me in the booth for some analysis. Once again, thank you all so much for joining us for this Day 1B coverage. My name is Remko Rinkema. It was an honor and a pleasure. Please like this video and subscribe on your way out the door, and set a reminder that we are back at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. For now, I want to wish you all a good night. Get some rest, perhaps play a few hands of poker, get sharp before Day 1C gets underway. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.